Hello and welcome everybody to the Gatton CNC meet and greet live stream. And the reason we're doing this is, there's been some talk, and it's been a while since we've done one of the meetups, at some physical location. In fact, the last one I attended was September 30th, I think, in 2017. So we're going on 4 years now. And some people had been talking about, man, I wish we could do the meetups again. We haven't done one in a long time and all that stuff. And it's, it's a shame with the COVID mess and all that stuff. Um, it's kind of hard to do that. But in a way, this might be even better because doing this virtually, anybody anywhere can attend, sort of, you know. So thought we'd do this. I had done a poll earlier, and let's see, in the Gatton CNC group where I talked about this doing a live stream meet and greet. And according to I'm looking at it right now, according to the results, there was 35 people that said they would watch but not participate. In other words, come on, because I can have people come on. And there was 29 people who said they would like to participate in the live stream. So, with those kind of numbers, I thought, well, I just don't want to be up here talking to myself. Y'all see me all the time. So, but I thought this would be a great chance for other Gattoneers to meet new Gattoneers or whatever. So anyway, I'm going to be sending out links and stuff. So if you want to join, I can tell you right now, there's nothing complicated about this StreamYard software. It's not even software. It's a web-based thing. I've had guests on lots of times, and it's no big deal. I send you a link and you click on it and basically put your name, because I've got the little name things on today since we won't know everybody's name. And, and you're here. It's not hard. I will, say, however, though, that I won't be putting the link out public. And if I send you the link to join, do not share it publicly with anybody else, because we all know how that goes, don't we, Mr. Ryan Ballard? Yeah, he learned that lesson real quick. So yeah, so I will be, and if it's somebody that wants to join, and I'm encouraging everybody that's a Gattoneer to that wants to get on here and introduce themselves to the community and stuff. It'd be nice to, because a lot of you guys, I know your name because I go, oh yeah, that guy posts all the time on Facebook group or whatever, but I don't have a face to put with the name. So I'm hoping that a bunch of people, we might let you slide in here, Grant. Grant says, are Garage Works peeps allowed to participate? Sure, I'd love to have you on, Grant. In fact, I'll send you a link. I know you're pretty legit, but anyway, so I encourage everybody. We can't get everybody on all at once. I think with StreamYard, I can have 9 other people besides myself, but we can cycle people, have them come on and, tell their story and introduce themselves and that kind of thing. And, Dave Mack says he'd do it. Whoop, I missed him. He says he loves to talk. Dave Mack was at the last meetup that I was talking about too. In fact, that's where I met you. I'm pretty sure. So, Mark says a lot of us have faces made for radio. Well, you can, you can always do. Let's see if I can remember how to do it here, because I don't ever do it. Let's see, how do I do that? There's a way to put an avatar up, and right now I can't even think because I never do it, but there's a way to Oh, I guess I can do it like that. Yeah. So now you can hear me but not see me. Yeah, I just have to stop the camera. So, most of y'all are probably sitting in front of your computer or a laptop that's probably got a webcam or and a mic built in or something. So anybody that wants to, uh, if you want to do it, probably the best way, especially if you haven't done this before. So a few of you have, a lot of like Mark and Ryan and Clyde and some others have been on there. So, okay, some of these people I'm not going to know who you are, because if it says Facebook user, you have to give Facebook permission to put your name on there. In fact, I can probably change that. Let's see if that, I don't know if that'll work. Yeah, we'll get all this straightened out. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and send some links, because I know I've got a few people that want to join me. But, and the other thing I wanted to mention is, I was thinking earlier, there might be some people out here watching going, what the heck is he talking about, a Gatton ear? What the heck is a Gatton ear? Well, I was thinking about that this morning. So I went and got my Webster's dictionary and I looked it up, and guess what I found? Nothing, because there's no Gatton ear in Webster's. So I decided to make my own definition. And the definition that I came up with is this right here. A Gatton ear is a person with above average intelligence, one who has the confidence in their ability to build and operate their own Gatton CNC, and overall just a dadgum good person. So that's what I consider a Gatton ear. So if you do want to send me an email to tell me you want to join, there's my email address. I got my email open right here, and that'll make it really easy for me, because if I get an email, I can just copy the link. And since you haven't been on here before, I can send a set of instructions, which, like I said, it's anybody can do it. You don't have to know anything special to get on here. Or I can send it Facebook Messenger, but it's really easier to do it email. Now, the people I know and talk to regularly, I will do it with the Facebook Messenger. In fact, I'm going to send one right now, and you will see just how long it takes them to join me. And I apologize for if you can hear my dog barking in the back. He's my security system, and there's somebody out there bothering him, apparently. Looks like the neighbors got company or something. I hope they're not getting ready to have one of their jam sessions over there. They get loud sometimes. Y'all probably wouldn't hear it, but it's pretty annoying. So anyway, it looks like we got a pretty good little crowd over here. Let's see. Wilson says he's on an iPad. Yeah, that'll work if it's got a camera. It'll work with Apple, or if you're one of those Kool-Aid drinkers, it'll work with that, or you can use any kind of Windows-based thing. So let's see how long. I sent that link a minute ago, and we'll see how long it takes somebody to join me here. Trying to make sure it's all going out here. It looks like it's working on Facebook, maybe. I guess it is. I was getting some comments. So I guess everything is working okay. But yeah, and I'll try to keep up with the comments here. Mark says squirrels on the lawn, condition red. No, I don't think it's a squirrel. this time. I heard car door, and I can see the end of a car. Some neighbors got company or something. So, all right. I guess it's going on. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's going on over there. I guess it's all working. So anyway, I'll wait until I get somebody else to join me here. Let's see. Ryan says, "Guess you're not a Gatton. What was the part that threw you, that disqualified you? The above average intelligence?" Jerry says his dogs are worried about what my dog is saying. Yeah. And by the way, folks, we got Mark Lindsay here. He's already here in the chat, but he's going to be joining us here in just a little bit, spreading some of his wisdom and getting me, who knows what we'll get him to talk about. But let me go through the list here because I missed a bunch of comments here. Robert Brooks says he's interested. Okay. I guess I could just put that email. Maybe I should do this. Make this a banner. And then that way it'll be on there. So if you want to join me here on the stream, you can let me know with that email address there. Now, I missed a lot of comments. John Frankfurter. Glad to be able to join today. Okay. All right. Now here I thought I sent a link out, and I thought he was going to be quick to join me, and he's not. I thought he was already. Let me okay. Let me pop one in here. We know this guy here. Yeah, he is. He's already famous for sure. Getting more famouser by the minute too, from what I understand. Okay, now we got some emails in. And I will. I guess I might put my glasses on to type this. No, that looked right. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, let's see. We've got my favorite solar man right here, Mr. Ryan Ballard. How you doing, Ryan?
Doing all right, man. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you loud and clear.
Good
Welcome to the meet and greet here. Ryan, while I'm busy sending out some things, how about, since you're here, you need to introduce yourself, tell folks a little bit about yourself, and you might have some other stuff to plug too, I think, don't you?
Maybe. Well, I'm Ryan. How long ago did I buy my kit? Probably 3 years ago now. Something like that. It's been a couple of years. And I went a little bit different route than most people. I run my machine with a Raspberry Pi, and I went to start my build. I went with an ultra inexpensive method, and just built it as inexpensively as I could, and then after that, I've been slowly doing some other upgrades to it, and I've been really happy with it so far. It's been awesome. Anything that's gone wrong is my own fault.
Yeah, Ryan is going to be one of my special guest speakers here later this afternoon, and he's I call you my solar man because you're the solar guy, the only solar man I know.
Yeah.
But you're also a Raspberry Pi type guy, so I thought, well, there's always people wanting to know about that, so we would have you on and talk about that too. So I've got a couple more links out. Let's see how long. I don't know how long it'll take these other people to join.
Yeah, so today I've been out. This morning I went out to my brother-in-law's. He, my wonderful wife told me yesterday that he needed help putting in a door, and I said, okay, I'll go out there and help. Well, it turned out that it's not just a door. We were tearing out walls and all kinds of stuff today.
Oh, so
yeah. So after this is all over, I'll probably be heading back over there to continue to help because it was not going well.
All right. I was going to say something else, but I'm trying to keep up with these things because I want as many people as that want to get on here to have a chance to get on here and introduce themselves. And like I said, there's so many people now. Like I've known you a while because we've been on live streams together and stuff like that. I've had you on several times, I guess. But a lot of people, and especially with the Facebook group, there's so many new folks joining every week, and I just, I can't even keep up with the names anymore. I haven't been able to do that for a while. So, Gary Hammett's in the house. How you doing, Gary?
Yeah, Mark says I'm a collector of pocket-sized cars.
Yes, you are.
It's very true. I like Volkswagens.
You are. And are you going to go with my suggestion now with the green paint and a white racing stripe, or are you going to racing stripe?
Everybody was saying to go ahead and do the green, and I'm still kind of kicking it back and forth with the white or the green. It's really just going to come down to what I have time to do, I think. But everybody wants me to do the green, but I was probably going to do a black stripe. Because originally the Zagato Zili that I have, for anybody that is watching that doesn't know what we're talking about, I have a 1975 Zagato Zili. It's a electric car from 1975 from the House of Zagato. Zagato is really famous for doing some beautiful Alfa Romeos, and they make gorgeous cars. And then in the 70s, they decided, let's put out our own, and they made this ugly little wedge of a car that they called the Zili, and it was pretty horrible.
You're in, Clyde.
There's Clyde.
We have to be very careful because we know what happened the last time us three got together here.
Yeah, but you're driving.
I'm not saying nothing.
That's true. That's true.
So, but anyway, my car actually had a stripe on it from the factory, and it was because it's a little fiberglass car, and where they seam welded it together is they covered it up with basically a 3-inch wide piece of electrical tape.
Okay,
I gotta shut the lights off in here.
Bottom joining us here.
Yeah,
Wilson. I finally get to put a face with a name here. because
How you doing, Dave?
I see you all the time in, I guess, the coffee sessions and stuff, but I don't think we've ever really, like I said, everybody knows what I look like, but I don't know what they look
exactly.
like. But
No.
Clyde's been on a live stream or two before, so.
Lights seem to work better now.
All right, well, Clyde,
Maybe.
you're out in your shop. Looks like we'll kind of go around the horn here, and you want to introduce yourself to the rest of the folks in the community and tell a little bit about yourself.
Well, I ended up.
All right, we're having audio trouble. Yep, you froze up. All right, well, we'll move on. We'll go to Wilson. We'll come back to you, Clyde.
There's a guy. We should.
Well,
He's still
I'm
talking.
kind
I
of
don't
like
think.
Ryan there. I got a kit about 3 years ago, put it together. I had an engineering friend of mine that helped me with the electronics to get all the drives and everything working. And I turned around and he enjoyed it so much he wanted it. So I sold it to him and bought another kit. So now he has moved to Florida, and I go tomorrow to pick up my kit before he leaves of the motors and everything, so that I have no excuse then to put my new kit together. Other than a couple of bathroom remodels, gardening, and I'm building shaker oval boxes too at the same time. So the first kit was probably a little too big for my shop. And then going on with what Dave said about there being about, I don't know, what, 75% or better. Dave, you said to use a much smaller CNC to do your work.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to build mine a little smaller this time and just see where I go from there.
How big was it originally?
Well, I think it was 48 by 56, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of went off everything that Dave had done on watching his YouTube videos, and Mark Lindsay. I watched them so many times that I think my wife was getting sick of hearing about the CNC machine.
Yeah, I think I'm really a little bit surprised because it seems like almost everyone, not all, but almost everyone, will at least enlarge the x-axis so they can put something 48 inches long on there. And then I wonder, out of that group, how many really actually ever put anything that wide on there.
I'm thinking about building my gantry 40 inches long and then sizing everything down according to that. And then probably the table keep it 48 inches long, but the width I'm thinking somewhere going to be around 35. I'll just have to revisit the numbers on that again.
Nice. Yeah, it's I think for most people, you end up using a much smaller footprint than what you completely expect to.
Well, and I'll put mine on caster so that I can move it around my shop. I've got a dedicated shop. It's about 18 by 20, and you can never build a shop too big. It's kind of like clamps. You can never have enough clamps, no matter what.
Yeah.
But I want to make it where I can move things around. I've got some items that just flat can't move. I've got a 5 foot long 1950 model lathe in there, that wood lathe. I can't do a lot with it. But the other stuff I can, they're pretty much mobile. I mainly one of the reasons why I wanted to get into this is I wanted to cut out and build some electric guitars, and I've yet to do one. And a good musician friend of mine is waiting in the wings on that. So I've got to get behind that and get after it.
Very cool.
I'm hoping we can find some patterns out there for like a Les Paul and Telecaster and things like that.
Oh yeah. All the different body styles are out there. You can get them.
Well, I'm using Mach 3 and VCarve are my two softwares.
Very cool. Uh-oh. Clyde's trying.
Yeah, he's trying to get on there, but I don't know what the dealio is there.
He's moving around too much. He hasn't found that one spot that works.
Yeah, he's got to find that one spot in his garage where the signal's steady or something. I'll wait and see if he pops up down below here before I add him back to the stream.
And I'm using an old DeWalt router that my brother gave me. So nothing fancy, nothing new.
Sweet.
I figure I'll work into the add-ons as I get.
Okay, let me say real quick. I'm finding now some of the emails, because if you're not already in my thing, where we've emailed before, they're going to my junk email. So I just now found them. So be patient. I'm trying to get links out, and we'll get you in here. There, I have moved them to my inbox so that it will. I should have got. Oh, poop. Now I got the wrong thing here. Okay. We should get a few more folks in here. Let's see if this is. Okay, here's another one. Like I say, most people are a little shy and don't want to join. So if I get an email where somebody says they do want to join, I definitely want to try to get them on here.
I am discovering that there's a few more Okies out here that are Gattoneers or have the Dave Gatton CNC.
In Oklahoma, there's quite a few, I think.
Yeah.
I tell you, probably the busiest state as far as Gatton CNCs is Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I ship a lot of them to Texas. So.
Yeah, Texas is pretty popular for the Gatton.
But I watched a lot of the Mark Lindsay videos whenever he was putting his together. And then Dave, also yours. I mean, I just over and over and over making sure that I was doing things right.
Yeah, I wish more people would watch those. Not just so I could get the views, but because I can tell by some of the questions I get emailed and text to me that people are trying to do it strictly off the plans. And although the plans are, I drew them, so I feel like they're pretty complete and everything. But if you use both, have the plans there, and then anything you go, well, it's just not, not making a whole lot of sense, or the light bulb hadn't come on yet, go watch the video and watch me do it. And then you'll go, oh yeah. And even at that, there are some things when I built that one, because the one I shot the video, my build series on, that was one I was I didn't have any room for another CNC. So I gave that one away to my buddy Jim. And there were actually some things that as I was doing it, I'm like, you know what, it'd be easier to do it this way. So I'm going to do it. So I would change certain things. So if you watch the videos, you see some different things that I do differently in that than with the plans. And you can do it either way. They'll both work. All right, let's try Clyde one more time here, Clyde.
Well, I think my internet, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm out in the garage and I'm quite a ways from the router.
Okay. Well, you're sounding good right now. So while we've got a good signal, introduce yourself and tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
I'm Clyde Lante, and let's see, I retired 12 years ago, and I was a tool maker, and I never did learn anything about CNC because I got hired by Ford Motor Company halfway through my career. Anyway, which was a good paying job. So after I retired, I figured I'm going to get into this CNC stuff. I have to learn this. It was part of my trade. And so I bought a CNC mill. Well, then I do some wood projects and it's not big enough. So I decided to build my own. Now I got the Dave kit and it took me a year, but it's wonderful. It really good, works good. And I use something like Ryan. I use Gerbil for my controller with an Arduino Uno board. It works really good. The only thing is it's limited to 3 axes. You can't add a 4th axis too easily. I guess you can, but I don't know how. Anyway, yeah, it seems to be working better now.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
And for those that may not know, I don't know if you said, I don't think you did, but you're actually in Canada, just over the border. Right?
Yes, well, the Detroit River is 1 mile wide, and I'm in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. And across the river is Detroit, Michigan. In fact, we used to go over to Detroit in a boat, row over with a boat when I was a kid. But they didn't have the border closed like it is now.
Yeah. Well, it's probably good to have a big moat between you and Detroit these days.
Well, we watched the riots from our side and we watched the city burn. It wasn't very good.
Okay, here we've got Leanne King Moon joining us. Hi, Leanne.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome.
You're one of the newest Gatton here.
I better be. I just got in yesterday, right?
So tell everybody who you are and what, a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I am Ken Moon's better half. So most people know Ken. So he's cussing Dave right now because he's putting together our Gatton kit.
Tell him to go watch the videos and he'll quit cussing.
I was hearing you in the shop. I'm on the back porch and I was hearing you talk on here and down there, but then he miscut a piece of wood and he's gone to Home Depot.
Measure twice, cut once. Huh?
Well, I got him a shirt that said measure, swear, cut again. I mean, that's our life, but just getting started by profession. Wait a minute. What did Mark say about me? That went away before I could read it.
I'm sorry. He says,
okay.
Welcome to the cool kids table.
Absolutely. I'm a marketing and tourism director, so very familiar with creative design and graphic design and such. And I guess if I'm going to spend time with my husband, I'm going to have to be in the shop cutting wood, and I'm super excited. We have a CNC that I do not like right now. We won't talk about that, but I'm excited to have the Gatton set up and see what kind of great things I can do with that.
Well, I'm not going to talk about your other CNC either, but it from what I saw, it seemed like you were making some pretty cool stuff with it.
I can fight with it and win. Typically, I did a lot of had a lot of Valentine's orders, and as a matter of fact, I made bunny boxes for the grandbabies for Easter. But yeah, love artistic making stuff, painting, and so enjoying it so far.
Okay, well, I think you're going to be awesome at it. And now, what kind of software are you using for design your shapes and things like that now?
I'm very familiar with Inkscape, so I know that I've got to learn. Mark Lindsay knows more than I do. Ken keeps telling me these other things that I've got to get on and learn, but between work and budget season and grant season and all. I've not done that yet this year. That's what I do during my slow season of the year. So events are starting to kick back up for me, which means I won't be working on that kind of stuff, and I'll actually have more time, if that makes any sense at all. So V-Carve is something he's talking about. Is that right? No, X-Carve?
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I tell you, when you make Ken buy you that, and you should, you're going to love it because it's so user friendly. It's really easy to learn, I think. Of course, I had experience in it when I got it anyway, so it wasn't anything for me to pick it up. But if you do have any trouble, you of course got Mark Lindsay, that's the Vectric, V-Carve, and Aspire guru. So if you can't learn it from Mark Lindsay, you just can't learn it.
You just can't learn it. So I probably have, because I work in creative design and all, enough knowledge to be dangerous. So sometimes I have to unthink what I'm doing for creative visual design for work and think more about my end product here. But I'll get there.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited for you to get that up and going. And I can't wait to see what kind of stuff you make with it, because just from, like I said, I don't know about how much trouble you had with the other one, but I saw some of the stuff you post, and I'm like, wow, she's really knocking out this CNC stuff. So
yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I understand a lot of it. I can't wait to get the Gatton up and going, but I've actually bought a laser to attach to the old CNC, and I'll use it as a laser. And my you understand this from when we were building the house, my 6x6 corner is about half the shop now.
Yeah, well, you got to give the most room to the artistic one.
Now, I don't know that I can take that away from. Pardon me?
What laser did you get?
The JTech Pro. JTech Pro, yeah.
Okay, and that other, I'm just going to air quote here, that other machine will make an excellent laser.
Right.
Because they do good for that kind of thing.
Right. I hope so. So, yeah. But super excited, and everything I hear on here today will be something new. So, and then I'm getting grandbabies.
Awesome. That's great.
You can't make that on the CNC.
What was that?
You can't make the grandbabies on the CNC.
No, but my 10-year-old granddaughter has already made something on the CNC, and she made a sign for her teacher for his birthday. And it was so funny because here she is, 10 years old. She goes into school, gives it to her teacher. Other teachers loved it and wanted to know if she could make them some. And she said, yeah, it's $15 and you have to pay 50% up front because it's customized. I was like, yes, baby, you go.
Yeah. Teach them young. Teach them young.
Very good.
Got my buddy Jerry Blakely out there. How you doing, Jerry? Good to see you watching today. Mark says having that digital imaging background will help a lot. Yeah, it's what kind of digital imaging is it you do for a living?
I'm the marketing and tourism director for our city.
Okay. Okay. It's not GIS though, right?
Oh Lord, no, I'm not that.
Okay. I was thinking, for some reason, I got to thinking about that. And that's the kind of background that Melinda Davies has. And she's just really good at all this CNC stuff because of her background in that. So.
Yeah, my holdback on all thing are numbers. If it's not a phone number, I don't like it. So, all this math and everything, even that I have to do with the CNC, is just like I have cheat sheets everywhere. But they're laminated and cubed. I'm marketing directors.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with a cheat sheet. I've always found that if I wrote something down, I never needed to look at it again. I'd forget it if I didn't write it down, but once I wrote it down, I always found myself not looking at it because that helped me to remember. And plus, when you screw up a few times, that helps you remember pretty good too.
That's usually
Unfortunately.
several trials or trials and several errors, and then I'm okay.
Yeah. But so excited to see you get that thing done and start making some more cool stuff with it.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, and I don't like for my everything's to be like everyone else's. So being able to create my own designs and do those, it's been a lot of fun. So
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Mark says he says I live by cheat sheets and checklists.
oh, Mark, I knew I liked you.
Let's see. Jerry Brown says Photoshop note editing was a good change over. It is a lot easier to use VCarve versus Inkscape in Photoshop and those other graphics programs. Yeah, they're all pretty good. I'm a big fan of Vectric. You know, you always see people kind of balk it when they first find out how much it costs. And I totally get that because I did too. But once you get it and start using it, you realize it's probably worth twice what they charge for it. It's just super good stuff. It's the best stuff out there, in my opinion. I'm going through the thing here. I don't know if I'm Grant's being funny here. He's talking about your other machine.
Oh, we don't talk about that. That's cute. That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm just looking through some of the comments here. I haven't got any more emails, folks. So if anybody else is wanting to join, my email address is floating across the bottom of the screen. If you want to join and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself, that's what we're here for. I really don't like even being on here because everybody knows what I look like, and I do these live streams all the time. So,
Dave, I think you need to start getting rid of some of those guitars that you have in there and put your guitars in there.
do the what now?
The guitars that you have behind you, you need to get rid of those and put the ones that you've made behind you.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. Okay, Michael Schuler says best $350 I've ever spent for software, VCarve desktop. Yeah, and that's a good point, Mark. I'm sure I'll probably be talking about that a little later. About the different versions of Vectric, and there's nothing wrong with starting out with desktop, because for a lot of people, really, desktop might be all they really need. You do have the size limitation, but again, I think it's 24 by 24, but you know, most people, they'd probably be fine for a lot of people. Everybody likes to, well, I don't want to make people mad when I say this, but you know, it's just an American way, I guess. Bigger is better, and go big or go home and all that stuff. And it just kind of worries me sometimes when I see people building these things really big, and I'm like, you're not going to need one that big. And then you probably regret it later when you find out you're only using this much of it, but now you have to walk away around it and it's taking up valuable shop space. So what size are you going with, Leanne? Do you know how big Ken's going? Is he building it to the plans, or is he going bigger?
We're talking about Ken, Dave.
It'll still fit in the shop, right, when he's done?
That's why I have so much room now. Oh my God.
Okay.
I mean, we haven't met in person yet, but I'm not quite 5 feet tall. But Ken's big.
Yeah,
And
I've met Ken, and I know he's a pretty big
the
guy,
ta-
and I've seen
table
you
comes
standing next to him. So
No, right. And the table comes up here on me. So he's going to have to build some way for me to walk around it. It's insane. But, you know, I mean, we did the same thing with the house. I can't reach anything. I have ladders in every room.
mm,
But no, it's huge. It's, now I do have a couple of requests for some family name signs that to go over mantles and stuff. And those are typically anywhere from 40 to 48 inches long, but they're not that tall. But he's going big or going home. Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm staying out of the shop. I've been doing some painting and wood burning up here in the house because I'm just letting him do his thing.
okay. We've got Earl Walker has joined us. Good afternoon, Earl. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Doing well. Doing well. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I bought Gatton 2 years ago, and I've got it built and it's running and getting ready to do a big project going on right now. I'm doing a big sign. I've got a 4x8 sheet of plywood on it on my table now to do this sign. 36 by 80.
Oh, okay.
And I've experienced doing tiling with it. I did a couple samples.
Okay. I don't know I hope we didn't lose audio, but so you're doing tile. What size did you make the machine? Yeah, we may have lost audio on Earl, and he's froze up too, I think. So I don't know if you can hear me or not, Earl, but if you can, you might want to pop out and pop back in. Oh, there he goes. Now it's back.
I don't know what happened. I got a full rod for Y. It's 69 inches. My gantry is 54, so I can get a full sheet of plywood on it and do tiling.
Okay.
But,
yeah. I think Earl Mark says that hardwired connection is always best. No doubt about that. I think a lot of people get out there and they're on Wi-Fi, and that might be all they have, but you always have the connection cutting in and out when you're on Wi-Fi.
Well, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that usually works good unless you're moving around. Sometimes you got to hold real still to use your phone to join.
I'll take and yeah, I am a little bit moving around. I'm gonna change my facing on this thing to the back so I can show you the CNC here.
Okay, hold on here. Let me see if I can get this to. Whoops, that didn't do it. They've done changed the. There we go. There's a solo layout for Earl's thing. So yeah, that's a big one.
Yep. And this here is a sample of. Did it go around there?
Yeah. So is that for like a subdivision or something? The sign?
Yeah. Yes, it's going to be for a subdivision. I've got to make 4 of these signs.
That's pretty right there.
Yeah.
I like the texturing. What is that? What is that plywood or what is that?
That right there, that's just an old sheet of sawdust stuff.
Okay.
But
looks like MDF.
It's
MDF.
No. It's just like salt. It's just nothing but sawdust stuff. but I had that just laying around. But I got MDO that I'm going to do the signs out of.
That's a good looking machine.
Yep.
It does. I'm proud of it myself.
Well,
I'm
that's
gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the front facing, if it will let me.
There you go.
okay. We got you.
So how long did it take you to do that section of the sign that we saw?
It took probably a good 24 hours.
Wow.
But I did I didn't do it all at one time, of course. When I made my tiling tool paths, I cut it off on some things. When I changed when I changed the tool path or the tooling from ball nose to a V bit or something like that, that's when I stopped. I've been out here sometimes a good 8 hours just on a run on it.
Very nice.
That was, I guess you saw that, Leanne.
I did.
This,
Um,
this says Ken started coating all the parts in Total Boat resin yet. And if you've ever watched Moon Pie Creations, you know why that's funny. Because he puts everything in Total Boat.
I know. It's amazing the comments that people are concerned with how much resin he may waste on something. So, but he can't get away from the coffee bean bowls. Everybody's ordering coffee bean bowls, and I mean, he's an artist. He likes to create one thing and get that sold. I mean, he does orders. He'll do commissioned work, but when he can just make something and then sell it, but then everybody goes nuts about it, it's just, and he's about to go crazy right now with the coffee bean bowl, and it takes a lot of resin to cover a coffee bean. So
All right.
I don't think he's got enough resin for my CNC.
Well, let's hope not anyway.
I know,
Ken
stay away.
thinks it's enough Total Boat to be a sponsorship.
Right, there you go.
All right, we've got Mr. Gary Brady in the house now. Gary, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. You want to introduce yourself and tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Gary Brady from South Carolina. I was one of the lucky ones to win a Gatton. I've had it for a couple years now. Do 52 by 36 cut area, and it's made it through a flood.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I knew. I mean, I've seen you in the, I think you on the coffee station sometimes and stuff, and I recognized the name, but I had forgotten that you were one that because there for a while I was giving one a week away of the Gatton kits, and I forgot you were one of the winners of that. So
Yeah, I think I was like the first or second one that you gave at that time. But it works well.
Keep your buddy there.
That's
And
my
what part of South Carolina are you in?
Sumter.
Oh, okay. Another Revolutionary War area. I'm up between Cowpens and Kings Mountain.
Yep. That's my my shoulder.
what is that? I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, okay.
Say hi, Maya. She's all drugged up.
I couldn't get mine to do that. He'd break my shoulder.
Yeah,
She just turned 1, and she's in recovery from her second surgery.
Oh, okay.
We've had her since she was 1 day old.
oh wow.
I'll be back in a little bit, you guys.
Okay. It's right at the top of the hour here, so I had asked Mark Lindsay to join us and be a kind of a featured speaker here. So let me send him the link. I see he's still out there. Mark, I'm going to send your link on Facebook Messenger since I know I've got you in here. And you just join whenever you're ready. I'm doing pretty good for doing this without my glasses. I've got them right here. I just don't like putting them on. I have to squint for everything else. So I think Mark will be joining us here pretty soon.
Very cool.
Great. Here's another comment for you. Since you're on your phone, Leanne, you might not be able to see or I guess you're on your phone. You might not be able to see some of these.
No, yeah, I'm in StreamYard and I see it on my iPad when you show the banner. Grant, oh my God, he acts like he did it all by himself, but he did not.
Yeah. Well, I put a comment or wherever it was he put that, if you don't want to drill all those holes, you could use the aluminum T-track and MDF strips, and stuff, which is actually my preferred method. But that's the way the plans are done because that's probably the absolute cheapest way to get started doing it.
Well,
so that's why
I'm a planner, and I think that laying out the plan and doing all the tedious work ahead of time makes things easier. So all those little grids were not drawn by, well, they were drawn by us, but not Ken alone. But Ken's an actor in his own mind. Drama never played into it at all, but I went through with a puncher and punched everything so he could just drill. And yeah, it's, oh my God, I had to drill 500 holes. Yeah. Hey, Mark, I hang you on my Christmas tree every year.
Well, howdy, Miss Leanne, and I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that was a couple years back when Dave did his Christmas CNC challenge. I was just goofing around one day, and my wife Linda said, well, you ought to make a Christmas ornament with your logo. So I did. And then Ken, being Ken, said, you got to send that to me. So, okay, fine. So I sent it to him, and the rest is history.
Oh yeah, it gets a special wrapping when it comes free to go into storage. Oh, it's right up there with the angel.
Well, again, I apologize.
That's the first time Mark's ever been compared to an angel.
Yes, in more ways than one.
Angel. I didn't say he was the angel. I'm saying that I have an angel and a star on my tree.
Oh, geez.
Oh.
Well, I'm far from that. So,
okay. Well, we've got Mr. Lindsay with us now, and also Grant Davis. How you doing, Grant?
I'm doing good, Dave. Nice to see everybody.
Good to see you. And of course, now that Grant's here, I got to say, roll Tide.
Yeah, go Bucks.
So. But
I knew that was coming. I was waiting for Bubba to join too.
Yeah. If I'd have known you were coming, I'd have had my hat handy. I could put it on. But
all in fun.
All in fun. But anyway, all right. Well, Mark, it's we're past the top of the hour now. But before we get started with whatever you're going to talk about, just in case somebody's been living in a cave and don't know, tell everybody here the latest exciting news you have for us.
Well, I'm still trying to digest it myself. It was late 2020, sometime in November, that Vectric reached out to me. Stephanie Downing, the head of their marketing, reached out to me and wanted to know if I'd be interested in doing a collaboration video with them. And I said, well, you know me, the most dangerous place in the world is between me and a camera. I said, sure. So I had no idea what they wanted me to do. But then Todd from Design and Make got a hold of me, and we hashed it out, and we did a collaboration where I designed an inlay, and he cut it in the lab there and practiced with it. And then he created a 3-dimensional project in Aspire. I did an inlay that could be done with V-Carve, and he put it all together and created the project that we gave away, and through Vectric, through Vectric's website. And then a little bit later on, they got a hold of me and asked me if I would like to do a presentation at the 2021 users group meeting. And of course I said, sure, why not? So that's what's going to happen this year, September 10th and 11th in San Diego, California. I will be doing a presentation at the user groups meeting. So a little bit later on, they got a hold of me, and
That's awesome.
it's still, like I said, it's still not really sinking in. This is all too surreal for me. It's just strange. So, but yeah, I'm excited about it. I can't reveal what the presentation is going to be yet because they haven't announced it, but they did make it official a couple of days ago and put it up on their YouTube channel, their Facebook page, and all their social media and everything else. And I'm like, okay, guys, this is a bigger deal than I thought it was going to be. But you know, it's just strange for me because I'm just some guy, you know.
Well, you're a little bit more than just some guy, I would argue. Well, but congratulations again, and I wish I could go to. I've never really cared that much about going to those things. They've had them even as close as Orlando and stuff, and I make pretty much the same old stuff all the time. I'm not, so I wouldn't have got that much out of it, but I would like to go just knowing that you're going to be one of the speakers there. But of course, now it's all the way across the thing.
Well, welcome to my world, because that's what we have out here going on the West Coast. It seems that all of the fun events are on the East Coast. And like, well, you know better than anybody, I flew out to Atlanta and stayed with you in 2017 for the woodworking show. And that was the most fun, because I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I would be upfront and honest with you that when we first walked into that venue and I saw how big that show was, I just kind of went, my heart just sank, because I was like, holy cow, I just flew 3,000 miles for this little show that you can see all of in 15 minutes. But it was the people that made the show. It was hanging out with you and Melinda and meeting everybody else there. That made the show. We could have done that in your backyard and it'd have been worth the 3,000-mile flight. So
yeah, I hate to say it, and especially now since there aren't any shows other than the virtual shows, but that Atlanta show had been on the decline for quite a while. Because when you went and I said, well, this isn't nothing like what it used to be. It used to be a lot bigger, it would be packed in there. But yeah, maybe they'll get back around to doing those shows again. My favorite show, and again, they don't do it now, is the one up in Hickory, North Carolina, the Clean Sport Extravaganza. I enjoy that one better than the one that's down the road from me here in Atlanta. So
yeah, well, I tell you, we don't get many woodworking shows out here because I think people forget how spread out the West Coast is. So I complain constantly about everything's happening on the East Coast. So when Vectric announced that, 2 years ago, that the next user group meeting was going to be in San Diego, I thought, well, I've shot my mouth off so much, I have to go to this one. So I went ahead and booked the ticket and made plans to go. So that was long before they ever even really acknowledged that I existed. So, which is still all your fault, Dave. I am totally 100% your fault.
You always try to blame me for that, but
Well, it's the truth. You know, I discovered CNC routers in about 2000, 2001, something like that. And I never doubted that I could build the structure, but I'm not an electronics guy. I've spent, my entire career on one end of a wrench or a saw or another. And so I just don't do electronics. I mean, I can fake it enough to wire a guitar, and that's about it. But when you introduced me to the Xylotex dry box, I can do plug and play. And that's the only reason I am where I am, is riding your coattails 100%. So,
well, when I started, I was the same way. I am not an electronics guy. Now, over the years, I have figured out how to do stuff and built my own controllers and stuff, so I can do it now, but I didn't know anything about it back then. And if it hadn't have been for Xylotex, I know a lot of people knock them and stuff, but if it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't be where I'm at today.
Well, I'm still
Because
using
they made it easy for me to sell CNCs.
Yeah, well, I'm still using the same dry box that I bought in 2000. It was January or February 2015. I bought it, and that was on that first shoestring budget CNC that you designed and we're giving away plans for. And I'm still running that same box, and it's not missed a beat. It's not missed a beat. I needed to go ahead and, it's a starch blocker in me because I know it's way out of warranty, but I need to go ahead and cut that seal and open it up and blow it out. I still haven't done that yet. It's, it doesn't miss a beat. The only problems
are you using the same motors with that one as well? So you got 269s on?
No, it was the right after he went to the 425.
Okay, so you do have the 425.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I still have my original Xylotex box that I ran my old metal Sidewinder with, and it has the 269. And it's, that thing's, I don't know, 11, 12, 13 years old, however long ago it was, and it still runs.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't miss a beat. The only problems I have ever had with any of this are problems that I have caused. And that's why I was saying that I live by cheat sheets and checklists, because I can't trust my memory. I have to write all this stuff down and follow it. You'll hear stories from other people about how they forget to turn the router on, or they forget to disconnect the ground cable on their touch probe or something like that. I write everything down and don't leave anything to chance. I learned that in the Army. You do it by the book and you follow the book.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest problem, is my short-term memory. I can't remember to do things. And I've really gotten spoiled because with the Avid that I run now, the spindle turns on in the software.
Right.
So when I go back and I go to run the Gatton, I have that manual switch that I have to turn on that router or the spindle. And sometimes I hit the cycle start and then I'm like, oh, I'm running over there, try to get it cranked up real quick. But
and hope it gets up to speed before that first plunge.
yeah. But yeah, it's lists are okay.
Well, they're an essential tool as far as I'm concerned, because I worked in Army aviation. I was a helicopter mechanic, and the big catchphrase there was complacency kills, because the minute you think you know what you're doing, you'll forget something. And that could be the difference between life or death. Now, out in the shop, I'm not really in that situation. The worst I could do is break a bit or a machine and maybe throw a piece of material across the room. But, I don't want to do that. And so by going down the checklist, I catch myself every once in a while. Oh, nope, got to home the machine first, or oh, nope, got to snug that, call it up with the wrench or what have you, because it's easy to forget something. It's easy to forget that you did or didn't do it. So I totally live by checklists and cheat sheets.
Okay, now I'm just checking out. You know, I use this StreamYard every day for the coffee session, every weekday. But I don't really play around with stuff, and I kind of stopped watching their town hall things where they'd always talk about the new things they've added, and I'm just playing around with buttons and stuff here. So if I look a little goo-goo-eyed, I'm like, oh, I didn't know it did that. But but anyway, Mark, you and I were talking earlier, and I know we've got some new people here like Leanne and probably several new people watching. And since you're the Vectric guru, why don't you talk a little bit about the different,
Well,
kind of, the different packages that they offer and how to decide which is the right, because there's a big range, from prices. You can get the dirt. What's the dirt cheap stuff is $150, I think, all the way up to $2,000.
Yeah, Aspire is the flagship, and it's $2,000, and it is, that's a huge chunk of change. I don't think I paid that much for my first 5 cars totaled up together, but it's like Dave said earlier. I mean, when you have it and you're using it, you wonder how they sell it so cheap, because I'll be honest, I just don't have the problems I see other people having. I'll back up a little bit and say that I was introduced to the PC and AutoCAD in the same week in 1997. So I am not an expert with any software, but I'm an expert at trying to learn how to use software. And Vectric has got to be the gentlest learning curve I've ever experienced. It's intuitive. Things are where you think they should be. It's natural movements. I show a lot of use of icons over in toolpath tabs and drawing tabs, but there are keyboard shortcuts you can use. There are menus on a right-click context menu and what have you, but it's just simple to learn. It's easy to use, and it's easy to learn. They've really put a lot of thought into it, and it just works. I don't have any complaints about it. It does come in various levels. I think the most inexpensive is Cut 2D Desktop, and that's something that's fairly new, as well as the desktop version versus the Pro version.
Yeah, I didn't realize they had 2 different versions of Cut 2D.
Yeah, you figure somebody with a CNC mill that's just basically cutting out 2-dimensional shapes that doesn't have a huge, table size, they don't need to spend however much the Cut 2D Pro is. They're just, drilling holes and cutting pockets and machining profiles. They can do that with Cut 2D Desktop. And then you get into something like Cut 2D Pro, and that's perfect for somebody with a plasma cutter, because I don't think it's possible to V-carve with a plasma cutter. You're basically just doing 2D shapes. You're cutting profiles and cutting holes. So you don't need a $2,000 program to design for a plasma cutter. But you do need that table size. So, Cut 2D is great for that. And then you can get into V-carve, which will let you do 2D and 2.5D cutting and V-carving and engraving. And they keep upping the ante on what V-carve can do. Because just a few years back, before there was even a desktop version, it was you had Cut 2D, you had V-carve Pro, then you had Aspire, and that was it. And that was when I got into it. I bought V-carve Pro because that's all they offered.
Now, Mark, if I can interrupt you just for a second, Can you explain to the person that may be out there watching, and they might be going, now what the heck is he talking about? 2.5D. Can you explain what 2.5D is and how it is different than 3D?
Yes. The basic thing to remember is like 2-dimensional is simply that, side to side and up and down. It's width and height, or width and length, depending upon where you come from, your X and your Y axis. And that would be like cutting out shapes, drilling holes, things of that nature. 2.5 dimension is you start adding pockets. You're cutting recesses into the material. So basically 2D is you're cutting out shapes. 2.5D is you're cutting down to a certain point in the material, and your bit basically stays at the same level until it's finished. Then maybe it'll plunge in again and make another pass to cut it deeper. 3-dimensional is all 3 axes is moving at once. So your X and Y are moving and your Z is moving to carve relief. And that's the easiest way to explain it. Is 2-dimensional is just basic shapes. 2.5-dimensional is cutting to a depth within a shape. And 3-dimensional, all 3 are moving at the same time. And Cut 2D doesn't have any provision for 2.5. Well, it does. You can cut pockets in Cut 2D. But it doesn't have any provision for V carving, and it doesn't have any engraving provisions. You can kind of fake it, but it's not the same. So, but then V-Carve is probably the most popular. And V-Carve Desktop is a good starter because, as Dave said before, most cutting is, well, most of the carving I do is on pieces that are less than 24 inches long and about 10 inches high. So you don't need a huge machine for that. And V-Carve Desktop is, perfect for that. So you don't get a lot of gadget support, and you can't print out job sheets and things like that V-Carve Pro can do. But a lot of people don't use that. I don't use gadgets. I've never used a gadget. So it's just
tiling with the desktop.
Can you do tiling? Yes, you can.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Desktop was created is kind of to answer to easel and carbide create, because folks were getting the little Shapeokos and X carves that didn't have anything larger than about a 24 by 24 cutting surface. So they said, well, let's get a cheap alternative out there and get people over into our camp. And a lot of people jumped on it. And then X-Carve and Shapeoko started making the larger formats, the larger machines. And then they started encouraging folks to jump over to Pro. And a lot of people have done that. When I bought, there was no desktop. It was just Pro, and that was it. And I'm glad I got Pro. I mean, I have no regrets at all. But if you just want to start off and you're thinking that the price is, a bit too high, there's not a thing wrong with V-Carve Desktop. It's a good entry point. It really is.
Yeah. And like I mentioned earlier, it's always funny to me when somebody buys a kit and they build it and they start posting pictures of their finished machine and it's gigantic. Mm-hmm. And then after a while they start running projects and they post pictures of their projects, and it's always stuff they're using on that lower left-hand corner for about 15, 18 inches or so, and that's it.
Well, I tell folks it's kind of like buying a truck. You go to the dump every 6 months, maybe. Do you really need a 10-yard dump truck because you might carry a boulder or two? I made mine. It's got a capacity of 50 inches wide. I can cut 50 inches. I do use it. I don't use it very often, but when I need it, I do use it. And actually, I wanted one that wide because I wanted to be able to carve a bass guitar neck without tiling. And I've yet to carve a bass guitar neck, but I have cut the full width of a sheet of plywood, and I'm glad I have it when I need it. But most of my carving, like I said, is less than 24 by about 10. So,
Yeah.
you know, and if I had the room, look at me, I'm building a shop, but if I had the room, I would have that shoestring set up and the Gatton CNC set up. But most of the carving would be done on the shoestring because I just don't need all that capacity at once.
Yeah.
So, but I have no regrets. If I was going to start over again, I would do it exactly the same way. So the only thing I would change is, and it kind of, you know, makes me a little bit nervous when I see a bunch of people adding that cutout on the front, is I wouldn't have done that. I made that so that I could mount a rotary axis on the front of my table, but not knowing which rotary axis kit I was going to get, I didn't know how big to make it. And when I did finally get the rotary axis kit, it was bigger than I thought it was going to be. And now I can only put a piece about 15 inches long between centers, which is just enough to cheese me off. So I would not have, I would have figured out another way of mounting that rotary axis and wouldn't have put that cut out there.
Yeah. So, and you say that you blame me for your CNC addiction. And stuff. Well, I'm going to blame you because I'm sure after you did that cutout, everybody started doing that cutout, and then I'm like, but I never see anybody use that cutout. It's always there,
right?
But I never see anybody use it. And of course, you know, I've shown I've done a few videos and live streams and stuff where I've shown, well, you saw it in the intro, where I'm using my rotary axis and it sits on top of the table and you can adjust that spindle up.
Yeah. Well,
so you can get enough height clearance to do it. And plus then you got it still long and you can move it out of the way. So
my ultimate goal was to be able to put a large blank in between centers and use the rotary to carve a guitar neck all at one whack. And I needed 8 inches of clearance. I needed to be able to rotate an 8-inch blank for the headstock. And so I couldn't put it up on the tabletop. I had to drop it down because I didn't have enough Z clearance.
Yeah.
So I was thinking ahead, but I wasn't thinking far enough ahead. So
Rob Schuster's got a question for you, I think, Mark. He says, I am doing a lot of rotary, and we do know that Rob does rotary in a major scale.
Yes, he does.
P-Carb Desktop do rotary and two-sided.
I know it does two-sided, but I do not know about rotary. I think it does, but I don't quote me on that. You know, I can take a look over here, but I think you can find that on Vectric. They have a page on Vectric's website. Let me find it here. That compares.
He did the cutout, but hadn't used it for anything.
Well,
I said Rob was fessing up about the cutout. He said, I did the same with my cutout, never used it for anything.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, I also wanted to be able to put the to clamp material vertically to do things like box joints and dovetails and what have you. And I know a lot of other people talk about that as well, but nobody does it. I mean, I've seen 1 or 2 people do it. So the provision is there, just nobody uses it. So that is maybe a little bit of a lesson to other folks in that take an objective look, step back and take an objective look of what you're actually going to do, because the CNC is not always the right tool for the job. You know, if you're going to make box joints, it's faster to put a dado blade in a table saw or a bit in a router table and whip out your box joints there. than it is to clamp everything up and get everything all zeroed out and let the CNC cut it.
I've been known to burst a lot of bubbles because people get excited and go, I want to do this on the front and make, dovetail joints and all that. And I'm like, go buy you a dovetail jig. It's a whole lot quicker.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. As far as two-sided machining, yes, VCarve Desktop does do it. You will have to do manual flipping if you want to do four-sided machining. And it does do wrapped rotary axis support in VCarve Desktop. So, yes, you can do all that.
Okay.
So,
good. I see Grant back.
And I sound like I'm I do not work for Vectric. I just like their stuff.
Yes.
I have a lot of no. There ain't no yet. I have a lot of people saying that, well, Vectric ought to hire you. And I'm telling, don't give them any ideas. I'm retired. I don't want a job. I had a job. I left that job to retire. I don't want a job. So don't give them no ideas.
All right. I see Grant's back with us. Grant, I apologize a while ago. I realized when I flipped you back in, you probably jumped out because you got a phone call or something.
Yes,
I thought you dropped out, and then I thought I'd missed it, and I thought, well, let me bring him back in. And I saw you on the phone. I'm like, oh, he probably didn't want to be back in here when he's on.
No,
the phone.
I took myself out, so that's fine.
Yeah, but you didn't say Mother May I. That's why he brought you back.
Well, you guys couldn't see me, but I was down in the lower right-hand corner waving at him, saying, "Hey, I'm ready to come back."
Yeah, I have to keep looking down. I think Clyde's. He's done changed his sign to old guy, so he's back now. We'll see if he can hang with us without losing the signal. And I'm still trying to check my email. So again, if anybody out there wants to join the stream and introduce themselves, the email that you can send me, the email address is floating across the bottom here, and then I will send you a link, and you can come hang out with us.
And
We're
don't
gonna
be
be here a while too, folks, because I didn't know how long to schedule this for. So I thought, well, I'll put 2, and then Mark's was going to come in about 3 and talk, and then Ryan's going to talk at about 4, I think, and then we're going to have Mr. Alan Kreifels about 5. And I really didn't know how this was going to work because I didn't know if I thought, well, I might be spending the whole time in between speakers, just me talking, because nobody may want to get on here. But I'm glad some folks are getting their nerve up and getting on here. This is really easy to do.
Yeah, don't be shy. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Don't be shy. Don't nobody care.
Nobody watches my videos anyway, so it's not.
Well, just look at my background. I didn't even clean up. I mean, come on.
I put on my cleanest dirty shirt.
Yeah.
Mark, how's the shed going?
The shed is going well. I've hit a wall in that I had to wait for weather so I could use the spray foam insulation. And because the whole building was designed for that. There is no ventilation at all. It's going to be 100% completely sealed. So I have to use the spray foam insulation. And I've heard 2 different things. One I've heard from one of my suppliers was it's still too cold in most of the country to ship and store. It can't be subjected to temperatures below 47 degrees Fahrenheit. The other story is they're having a hard time getting the raw materials to make the stuff. And there are some of the smaller manufacturers that are out of stock and they can't get the components they need to put everything together. I'm thinking, well, the brand of spray foam I'm using, we're not talking about Fred and George off in a garage somewhere. We're talking Dow Chemical here. They kind of have a little bit of a name. They can get stuff. Well, every time I've ordered it, the last time I tried to order it was Wednesday. They're still out of stock. So now I'm waiting on them to get the stock so I can spray the insulation. Then I can sheathe the walls, put in the floor, and start moving stuff in. So that's where I'm stuck right now.
So it's still
I can
on
verify
that,
the chemical issues because I work for an insulated panel manufacturer, and we do spray foam insulation in between two pieces of sheet metal.
Yeah.
We might do a couple 100,000 linear feet a
Mhm.
month, and we're having a hard time getting chemicals.
Yeah.
So it's affecting everything. So
Yeah. So I'm just kind of stuck. I mean, but now that I know I have an in, maybe I can get Grant to hook me up with a.
how close are you to Modesto? We've got a factory out there.
Dude, I might make the drive.
Dave, I'm gonna jump off of the video. I'll tune back in via Facebook, but I need to go get some things ready before the grandbabies get here to spend the night.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for popping in here, Leanne. I appreciate it. And it's nice to kind of meet you, still not person to person, but at least get to do a live here. So go get Ken in line.
Yeah.
He's not back yet, but he called. He was one of the calls I got. He got pulled. Well, excuse me. He was getting up to going over the speed limit, and a car came up behind him and turned on blue lights, and he pulled over, but then they turned off their blue lights and turned around. So he didn't know. He was probably about to get a ticket, and then they got a call or something for something else. Who knows? But drama mama.
Only the moon doggy.
All right. Well, thank you for popping in here, Leanne. It's good to see you.
It's good to see y'all. We'll see you soon. And I may jump back on in a little bit, but I'm going to get some things ready for them.
Okay. Well, if you do want to come back in, you can use that same link. That link will be the same one.
Okay. All right. And I'll be listening. So y'all behave.
Okay. We won't talk about you.
Never. There's no fun in me listening to it.
See, there you go. I need another lady to jump on here real quick before I leave.
Well, I just sent the link to somebody else, another female, and I don't know whether they're having trouble figuring out how to get on here or what, but there may be another one on here shortly.
Yeah, my StreamYard gave me a little bit of issue at first, so maybe she'll get in there. But yes, I will be listening. So
okay,
and taking notes. Yeah.
All right. See ya.
Y'all have fun.
She's a kick. I like her.
She is. She's funny. Mm-hmm. She's just the right gal to keep old Moon Pie in line too.
Well, yeah. I think it'll take more than one person, but
You dangle some turtle boat in front of him, and they'll do anything you want.
There you go. There you go.
He needs to find somebody local to him that has a sawmill, like a Wood Miser LT15 or something like that, and throw all of his scrap in a big mold and get Total Boat to sponsor, make a big cant, and then saw it into blanks and make stuff out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I got all kinds. I'm good at coming up with stuff for other people to do.
Exactly.
Let's see if he's still on here. Let me see. Is Bob? Are you still out here, Bob Sims? He was watching earlier.
From in Scotland. See, it's about 8 p.m. About 8:30.
There he is there, but that was that was 3 o'clock. What time is it now? Yeah, that was about 40 minutes ago, I guess.
Yeah, it's 8:30 in the evening where he's at. He's in Scotland.
Well, he just sent me an email too. He had asked about. He had watched that video that I did. The one yesterday or whenever it was, where that was the demonstration video I made for that Area 31 Career Center. Mm-hmm. And I guess he wants to make one of those. And he was asking me about the file. And I was just, here he is. Okay, he's still here. Bob, that file I purchased it from a guy that's all they do is make and sell 3D models. And back when I bought it, it was called 3dwave.org. Well, I don't know where you would buy it now that you're in Scotland, because they have since changed the thing. I went to go look at that website the other day, and the .org is gone, and now it's 3dwave.us. So I don't know whether that'd be the same one you use or not, but you can go there, and they have a ton of stuff. I bought a few things from them, but the guy, I guess it's him and a whole team of folks, but they make all kinds of really nice 3D models. But yeah, I ran that one just because I figured, well, that'd be a good one to do a video of and show the young men and women in that class that, give them an idea of just exactly what a CNC machine can do. You can do more than just make boring stuff,
Yeah. It's good for a lot more than just stuff to hang on the wall. And I'm kind of on a one-person mission to show folks that you can incorporate it into furniture and structure and everything else. And when I get the shop up and running, I'm going to be making all the furniture and everything else, all the cabinetry with the CNC. It's, even though cabinets will be hung on the wall, it's more than just for stuff to hang on the wall.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think only in signs, you're really limiting yourself.
Yeah, and I think that's, usually the first thing that pop into somebody's mind when they think of a CNC router, they're like, oh, a sign shop. I don't want to make signs.
Yeah.
But you can do, you can do a whole lot different stuff than. All right, Michael Schuler is asking, what is Leanne and Ken's channel? Ken's channel is called Moon Pie Creations. And I don't know if Leanne has a separate channel. Does she, Mark? Do you know?
She does, but I'm not. I think she's only posted 1 or 2 videos. She's just getting started. And I'm going to have to jump over here into my subscriptions and find.
Yeah, I know they had that other channel, Journeys with Ken and Leanne, but that was just up about building their house.
Now, that may be the one that I am subscribed to, but I thought in
Here we go. Now we got another gal on here.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Female
Hi,
on
Terry.
duty. I figured I'd be the female on duty. Keep y'all.
See how easy this is? There's nothing to it, is there?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Oh, you don't need to be nervous. It's not like there's millions of people watching. It's just.
No. So,
But it's nice to get to, it's nice to get to meet you, and I'm glad you joined. And I see an awesome machine in the background there.
Yeah, that's my little baby. Yeah. I was working on it this morning. I have a coworker that likes Halloween all year round, so I made her a welcome coffin lid this morning for her front door. But yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah, it looks great.
Is that a Canadian flag?
What's that?
Is that a Canadian flag back there?
That is. I am from Ontario, Canada. I'm about an hour from Toronto.
I'm from Windsor.
Oh, another Canadian.
Yeah, we don't.
I've been in the CNC world for about 20 years. At work, my day job, I'm a CNC programmer operator, and I run 4 different types of CNCs at work. And I've been watching the Gatton for about 7 years, and I finally pulled the trigger last and built through this wonderful pandemic that we're all in through, and yeah, so it's kept me busy, and I just finished it maybe a couple months ago, and still working out all the bugs, but I'm really enjoying it. I feel like I have a head.
Okay, I noticed over here in the comments, and again, I'm not seeing the name, but I think this might be Leanne because she's saying I haven't posted videos, have not posted videos yet. So I think that might be Leanne talking about that other YouTube channel we were talking about, Mark.
Yeah, I think I got confused. I think it was their house build channel that I got confused with.
Well, I'm gonna head out a bit, and I'll give you guys more room to chat.
Okay. Well, I got 2 carries on here
Gary's got a
now.
twin.
Okay, now we're.
Yeah, Carrie, you didn't tell us you had a sister.
Okay, there we go. I think she was trying to figure out turning the camera or something. I'm not sure. Well, I knew when I guess I saw you post on Facebook that you were, you had a background with CNC programming and stuff. So I knew once you got yours built that it'd be a piece of cake for you. She may have froze up there. Okay. I don't know if she heard us. I don't know. Did you hear what I said, Carrie? All right, maybe having a little connection issue there.
You cut out a bit there, Dave. You cut out.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is when I think I saw it on Facebook where you had posted about.
Maybe I should get my laptop.
Okay.
A hardwired connection is always better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem with Wi-Fi. It may be great when you're out there, but when you're trying to do streaming, it can fade in and out, and you still got it, but it's so weak that. In fact, I have, I can show you. I have a 75-foot. What do you call it?
Cat 5 cable.
Cat 5. Yeah, thank you. I have it running through the hallway, and it's still going out the door to the shop because since I did that live from out there, I thought, well, I'm going to leave this hooked up because I don't know what will happen when we're on here today. But if anybody wants to see something, I could always run out there and show them. But
I've got a 100-foot Cat 5 cable running. My router's on the other end of the house, and it's running snaked out of our bedroom and run down the hallway and into this room too. So I know exactly what you mean. One of these days I'll crawl under the house and actually put it down there, but that day has not yet arrived.
There's creepy stuff under there.
Yeah, that's not what I get paid for.
Okay, I've got a few more here wanting to join, so I'm going to try to.
Mark, I'm looking forward to seeing you in September.
I'm looking forward to meeting everybody. Grant, I got to tell you, it's a lot. Those kind of events are a lot of fun. Now, I've only been to a couple, but I'm, as disappointed as I thought I was going to be in the Atlanta show, I don't think I've had that much fun in a long time. And it was just the people that made it that way.
Yeah, I met you in Atlanta, and that's the first time I met Dave. Mm-hmm. And I was looking forward to that. But like Dave said, the wood shows are kind of gone by the wayside. The one here in Columbus is really, it's deteriorated over the years. I've been to one in Baltimore when I was up there working, and it was the same way. So,
they still have the big show down in Las Vegas, but that's more for the manufacturers.
Yeah.
But is
that open to the public?
Yeah, it's still open to the public. Anybody can attend, but it doesn't get the promotion that some of the other shows get because it's not for the consumer. It's more the industrial side. But the software vendors are still there, and you can kind of see how the other half lives.
Yeah,
how the big kids get to play. I mean, I had our common friend Bart Bixel, Dave, came down to visit me in the end of 2019, as a matter of fact. And he has family not too far away from me, and he came down to visit. He works for Boeing up in Seattle, and he was telling me about their new CNC machine that they just got, and it's one of those big Thermwood 3D printer / CNCs. And this thing, he says they have a big hopper. They feed ABS pellets into it, and it will 3D print in ABS. There's videos of the machine he's got printing out a 18-foot boat hull on it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it rough prints this thing out of ABS. Then the 5-axis CNC comes over and smooths it all out after it dries. Now, this thing's got a 7-figure price tag, and the software that runs it is 6 figures itself. So, but oh my God, is it cool?
Carrie's back, and I can tell she must be on a laptop now.
I grabbed my laptop. Yep.
Okay.
I was on my phone.
The signal is much better. And
Yeah.
I'm looking at your machine in the background. It looks like that's a VFD hanging on the wall back there. Is that right?
Yep. I run spindles at work, and that's all I've ever known. So I thought, well, I'll bite the bullet and just jump right into the spindle. That's what I know. And although we use air cooled spindles at work, everybody in the Gatton community was using the water cooled, and I thought, well, if I have questions, I better have what everybody else has. So I went with the water cooled.
Well, I bought a water cooled, and that's what I have on my Gatton. But then when I bought that Avid, I bought their package, and it's the same spindle, but it's the air cooled. And after having that, if I was to do it again, I would go with air cooled, just because I don't want to have to mess with the water buckets or the figuring out how to do the. And even now, when I run my Gatton, and I run it pretty much every day, the little thing that's in line, what do you call it? The flow meter.
Yep.
It's stuck. So I assume my thing is pumping some kind of water. I always just reach up and feel it, and I'm not doing any real long runs, so it gets a break fairly often. But, and I really think it would take a while for it to overheat anyway, even if you're pumped quick, because it's still sitting there full of water. But I don't know. It's just kind of a pain. I don't like having those water lines hanging up and, in the 5-gallon bucket. The water gets nasty and you have to keep changing it. And I'm like, man, if I ever do this again, I'm just going to get the air cooled, because the air cooled is obviously a little bit, it's quieter than a router with the air noise, but it's obviously a little louder than the water cooled spindle. But when they hit the wood, they all make the same noise. So it doesn't much matter.
And your dust collector is going to be noisy than all of them.
Exactly.
So unless you have your dust collector outside of your shop, your dust collector is the noisiest thing.
Yep.
That's my thought processes as well. I haven't made the change over to a spindle yet, but I kind of looked at some of the professional equipment like you're using at work, Carrie, and I thought, well, none of those people are using water-cooled spindles. What's the advantage? And then I didn't, we have temperature extremes here anywhere from 110 degrees down to 0. So I thought, I just don't want to play with that coolant and everything else and be worried about that. I'll just go with an air-cooled spindle. So that's how I'm going to go.
Yeah, because I live in Canada, I actually added a little furnace to my garage just for my Gatton.
Yeah.
So that I can be out here all winter.
That's another thing you got to worry about, is that it getting cold and freezing up and busting one of the lines or something. But
right.
If you ever notice my spindle on my Avid Mark, the air cooled, it's in that big block of aluminum. So, I mean, I run the heck out of that thing, and you can put your hand on, it's not even warm.
Yeah.
Because it's, and the air, like I said, it's got that air, but it's not like a router. It's not real super loud blowing. It's really the aluminum works as a heat sink to keep the heat off of it. So,
yeah. Okay. I'm thinking more along the lines of the controllability of the spindle, because I'm using a Porter Cable 890 series, which is no longer made. Don't get me started on that. But it can only, I think it slows down only to like 12,000 RPM. And there are some things that just need slower RPM.
Yeah. And Troy, right here, Troy's watching. How you doing, Troy? He says water-cooled spindle is better if you do a lot of drilling operations, which need slower speeds. And that's absolutely true, because that is one drawback about my air-cooled spindle on the Avid, is it will not go below 8,000.
Okay.
or at least that's the way it probably would, but the way they have it in the software or you can't get it to go below 8,000.
Okay.
That's the way that my water cooled has been set up as well. It's been set up not to go below 8,000. It probably could, like you say, but we set it up so it would just start at 8,000.
Right.
Yeah, because if you're cutting like acrylic or certain plastics, I know you need slower RPMs that my router just won't do. So
I come from a plastics world. I run more plastic stuff at work than wood. So I'm actually blessed with a lot of extra PVC scraps for free.
Well, let me tell you something right now, Miss Carrie. Prepare your inbox for the flood, because there are people who ask me on an almost hourly basis, what feeds and speeds should I use for acrylic? I have never cut a piece of acrylic in my life. I can't tell them. So
that's all I've run is acrylics and PVCs, and I've done some woods, but my main is plastics.
Well, if you start doing it on a Gatton, you will be a superstar in days.
Well, ask me away. I'm here. I'll answer anybody's question.
Those are going to be the big ones: feeds, speeds, and plunge rates.
Yep.
Everybody wants to know, and the type of bit.
What size spindle do you have?
I have the My Sweetie spindle that everybody else seems to be buying as well.
The 2.2.
It's the one. It's the it's just in my garage, so it's not the 2.2. It's the what's the other one?
1.5.
1.5. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, it does the job.
Well, you're not machining engine blocks, so
Right.
Yeah.
It's a hobby. It's my hobby. I still have my day job, so this is my hobby.
Okay, got a couple of new folks join us here. We've got Mr. Dennis Mills. How you doing, Dennis?
I'm doing great, Dave. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing well. You want to introduce yourself and tell everybody a little something?
My name's Dennis Mills. I'm from up here in Spartanburg, South Carolina. I work for FedEx Express until I have 21 days left and I'm retiring. And
congratulations on that.
Oh yeah, it's pretty awesome feeling, kind of bittersweet, I guess you'd say. But I got my Gatton probably a little over a year ago, and I've got it together and got it running. I've still got a few minor issues, and but as I'm getting ready to retire, I'm also getting ready to go back in a business with my oldest son, and we're going to open up a restaurant. So I don't know if I'm going to have time to do it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But
what kind of restaurant?
Say again?
What kind of restaurant?
We bought a franchise. This guy's got a sub shop. It's called Monster Subs and Grub. And we purchased that from him, and we're going to open it up in our little hometown of Bowling Springs. And from where the restaurant is located, it's within a 5-mile radius. There's 54,000 people. So, and people up in our area, they eat every day. We come right by every restaurant that's full of people. So it's primarily going to be takeout and delivery, but in between messing with that and trying to get it up and running, I'm going to get back out in the shop and start cutting some wood.
Very good.
Okay. And also we've got Gary Hammett joining us. How you doing, Gary? Good to see you.
Good to see y'all too. I was excited to get to do the meet and greet thing today.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you did. See, it's really easy. It's not that hard. You click on the link, you put your name in, boom, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, all right. Well, tell folks that may not know who you are. Tell them a little bit about yourself.
Well, I live in a little town called Rockmart, Georgia, and it was the rock market for years here in northwest Georgia, and that's where it got named Rockmart. So instead of Walmart, we're Rockmart. So I'm a retired firefighter. Been retired for about 6 years. Got my Gatton about a little over a year ago, November last year. I've enjoyed it. I hadn't got to do much here lately. I've had a lot going on, but Need to get back on it pretty soon.
Okay. Well, now that I've got kind of, we've got six other guests here. I'm not counting me, but I just want to ask, what would you say, all of you? We'll start with Ryan and go down the line. What would you say is the average size of the workpiece you put on your machine? Ryan, start us off.
I probably do 24 by 36.
Okay, well, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
That's probably, I mean, for an average size piece, that's big stuff. All right, Mark, what about you?
The most popular is 16 by about 10 and a half.
Okay, and is that because you're buying a board that's a 1 by 12?
That's a size that folks, it's not big and obnoxious, it's not obtrusive, but it's big enough to see, and that's what folks like. They like that size. And yeah, I can get a Select Pine 1 by 12 and get several pieces out of it.
Right.
So,
all right, Grant, what about you?
I make a lot of desk name plaques, and they're usually 5 inches wide to maybe 12 inches long. But I've been doing more nursery rounds with, baby names and stuff on them here lately. So 12 to 15 inch diameter.
Yeah. Now
I probably got one of the smallest machines.
I have to say, I kind of knew Grant's wasn't going to be very big because of the machines that he's had. So,
right. I don't have a Gatton, but I have a lot of friends that do, and I've got a Garage Works, and my cutting area is only 16 by 19 and a quarter. So,
yeah, Grant, for those who don't know, Grant is one of the very few people that bought the smallest Garage Work that I offered. So I knew when I asked him the average size, it wasn't going to be.
I throw the bell curve way off, don't I?
You're kind of the safety orange-headed stepchild, huh?
Exactly.
Okay, Carrie, how about you?
I can put a 48 by 48 on my machine, but the offcuts that I've been getting are 24 by 48, and I've been doing some seasonal porch signs for like Easter. I did a happy Easter sign so people can lean it outside their front door. So 24 by 48 is what I've been working with, and I can do 2 porch signs out of that.
Okay, cool. Well, that's nice. Again, that's a pretty good average size, I would say.
Yeah.
Gary, what about you? What would you say is the average size you usually cut on your machine?
Probably the most popular size would be like a 5 by 7 or 8 by 10.
Okay.
Like 12 by 24, a couple of things like that. But
okay. And how big, just out of curiosity, how big did you build your machine?
It's 50 something inches wide. So I could actually get a full sheet of plywood on it.
Okay.
And then I got 30 inches on the y-axis.
Okay. And finally, how about you, Dennis? What would you say is the average workpiece you have on there?
Well, when I actually get to where I'm starting to use it on a regular basis, like I say, I built my table 48 by 48. I think my work area is in the neighborhood of about 40 by 30 something. I can't remember exactly what it is. And
okay, you built it just to the plans then?
Yeah, I pretty much did just to the plans, and then but once I got in there and started building it, I'm going like, man, I should have done this and I should have done that. But now that I know if I get to using it a lot more, I can either change it, or it's not really that hard to build. If anybody is can really just drill. I had a few problems at first. When Javi was on and you were on there with him, I was sending you guys messages. I'm having problems with this, and you guys were just lickety split. And I think Dave Matthews, he helped me out a lot too, as far as some of the messages he sent me on, as far as getting it wired properly, getting it to turn. I got it to do, if I tell it to go 12 inches, across the X, it'll go 12 inches across the X. So I've got it set up and everything. I'm just really going to have to make more time to get out there and get with it.
Okay. Yeah, speaking of Dave Matthews, I just sent him a link. He'd asked if he could join, so he should be joining us shortly, I would guess. A couple of folks here in the chat, Clyde was saying largest so far is 20 by 20, and he did a 6 by 30. Let's see. Clyde says his work area is about 36 by 39. Which that's a good size. That's a good size. I have one of my, I don't know if you guys know when I say the old metal Sidewinder, and I always have to put metal in front of it now because if I don't, people think I'm talking about the shoestring thing. But that's the machine that I used to sell back in the around 2000, from 2007 to about 2010, and it was all based around the size shafts that I could get, because when I'd order these shafts from McMaster, they were a pain to cut because I didn't have anything to cut that would put coolant on them, so I would be using an angle grinder. So I decided to heck with that. I'm going to order 4-foot ones and 3-foot ones and design the machine around the size of those so that when I ordered them, all I was doing was popping them on there. And that ended up with a cutting area of about 40 by 26. And Mark knows for years, when you look at my really old YouTube videos where I'm using that CNC, that's all it is. It's 40 by 26. And I got along fine with that.
Yep. Most people just don't make anything that big, but it's nice to be able to do it if you need to, because it's like Carrie making those front porch signs. Those are really gaining popularity around here.
Yeah, they are. I've been seeing a lot of those.
And folks love them. A few years back, it was the growth charts, the sticks that looked like a ruler. It was
all based around.
I
have to turn your volume down a little bit there, Dave.
Got to have the mute YouTube.
Got an echo, yeah.
Yeah.
I had it. I was watching you in YouTube, and when this one flipped open a new window, it was just out of sync.
Well, so, but Carrie's in a position where she can do that. I mean, she can still make the smaller stuff that we're making. I mean, I can get out there and make a jewelry box, but now I can throw up a piece of PVC if I can find this stuff around here and cut some of those front porch signs too. So but it's just an honest look of what you're actually going to do with the machine. And if you don't know, you don't know. But,
Okay. Well, now that Mr. Matthews has joined us, Dave, you want to introduce yourself, tell everybody where you're from and what anything you want anybody to know.
Well, Dave Matthews. I'm retired from Xerox a few years ago. They told me that pain would go away, and I said, fine, see ya.
Only had to ask once.
They only had to ask once. I figured I'd either be the dead one or somebody else would be if I stayed there much longer. We live on a hill in Canisius, New York. It's between the two of the Finger Lakes. So I saw this start at 2, and we hopped on our bikes and went over to one of the lakes and came back. So it's beautiful out here. 10 acres out in the country. I was listening on the sizes. I think I've done 2 things over 2 feet long on my machine. I did a strum stick that was about 30 inches and some parts for a spinning wheel I designed. But for the most part, it's under 12 inches. A lot of quilting, acrylic and polycarbonate quilting rulers, things like that for the wife.
10-4 on the spinning wheel thing. I get you.
Yeah.
I was going to say that Dave said that Xerox said, we'll pay you to leave, and Dave said, copy that.
All right, one guy gets it. One guy.
I actually think
we're after the 4 o'clock hour here. If you want to talk about the Raspberry Pi thing or anything? I guess that's what you were going to talk about, isn't it?
Sure.
While we're doing that, I do need to duck out for a bit. So if you want to throw me in the green room or throw me out completely,
Okay,
that's fine.
yeah.
But I do need to duck out a bit.
All right, hold on. Let me. I got to remember how to do this. Okay.
Gone.
Well, no, he's still. Okay, you're still there. Okay. I see how to do it now.
Looks like the Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that was always in the middle? Wow.
Paul Lynn.
Paul Lynn.
I can't remember who I was thinking of, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So I got a question for Carrie on your signs, on the PVC signs. Are you from your company? Are you getting those? Are they already 2-color, or are you painting them and then carving them?
No, I'm getting 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, and 1/8 white PVC right now. We do a lot of panel saw work as well, so they have a big offcut and they're just throwing it out. So they know I built my own, so they're putting it aside for me now, which is great. That's great for me.
Yeah.
And it's white, so I'm spraying it with Rust-Oleum, a solid color. And then I just found out that I could put Oracle mask on top of the paint. Then I've been V-carving, and this one here that I did for the friend that likes kind of dark stuff, she wanted the letters gray, so then I sprayed them gray, and then I peeled the Oracle mask off, and it looks pretty good.
Yeah,
And I just left the bunnies that I did. I just left the letters white for those, and I did a whole bunch of those for Easter. And I'm just trying to think ahead for the next holiday, what I can get out to people, and sell.
Very cool. How much are you selling them for?
My machine I'm still working the bugs out. So for me, they're not as perfect as I would like them to be. So I sold the bunnies for $40 Canadian. So I don't know what that works out to be American, but
like 5.
So a lot of people are telling me that I'm underselling myself, but they don't know that I'm getting the material for free.
Yeah.
So it's just basically my time and a can of paint, right? So, and I've used Vectric V-Carve Pro for many, many years. So I already know how to design, so I can get through that really quickly. So, yeah.
That's cool. I made one for my wife and for my mother-in-law, a welcome sign, and then it has a planter at the bottom. And never mind that my wife's one is still not done yet. It's outside, but it's not done yet. But I was making it so that you had the I think where the O is actually 2 magnets, and then you can replace it with PVC ornaments.
So you could change it out for the seasons or for the holidays.
Yeah. Which is
That's a great idea.
But, well, it is, but it's a real pain to paint all the different little symbols.
Right.
So that's why my wife's one isn't done yet. But I might just.
I was working on a wine glass shaped one that says "This Mama's off duty," because Mother's Day's coming up. So I thought, well, maybe there's a lot of wino moms out there. I don't know. So I'm working on something like that right now. But yeah, I've had another coworker ask me for a welcome sign with a flower in the just like you're talking about. But I didn't think about making them interchangeable. But yeah, it might be something to look into.
Yeah, it's just they're a real pain to paint the individual little things.
Time-wise, yeah.
Yeah, unless you made like a bunch of Easter eggs, and then you could just paint the whole thing, and then do a bunch of stars or whatever, like Christmas trees and all that other stuff. So, but doing 9 different, and then having to paint each individual one.
I kind of like the idea of them having to buy a whole new sign anyway.
Yeah, I kinda like that too.
Right? So, yeah.
Very cool. I'm a big fan of PVC. I love cutting PVC. So
yeah, I do as well. I do. It cuts really. It's like butter. It's nice.
Yeah.
You can't sand it very well though.
No.
So if you end up with a couple of little marks when you're V grooving, you maybe take the back of your knife and you might be able to work it out like that, but you can't really sand it. So you just hope for the best. And right now with my machine still kind of working the bugs, but I'll get there.
Yeah. No,
I got all you guys here, right? So I got, when I ask my questions, you guys are always right there for me. So I appreciate that.
It's all good.
Clyde is asking how many Gatton CNCs are in Canada. I don't know the exact number, and I don't even know if I'd be able to guess. There's quite a few. I mean, not near as many as, I mean, I imagine Texas alone probably has more than all of Canada, but there's quite a few. I'm really surprised that I ship that many there, because I know things are harder to get, you know, and plus it's a lot more expensive to have it, you know, shipped up there.
Yeah, I know it was hard for me to get the hardware from McMaster-Carr, but I was able again to get my work got on board, and they ordered it because we use McMaster-Carr at work, so they ordered it through there as well for me. So
yeah. I think that's the route a lot of people take that live in Canada. They know that McMaster-Carr will ship to a business, but not a.
No, yeah, they wouldn't ship to me.
See, yeah. I'm fortunate because I have a McMaster-Carr distribution center about 30 minutes from me. So I can order something and it'll be delivered the next day sitting on my porch. So I'm pretty fortunate there. Yeah. All right, Ryan, I'm going to put you in co-host mode because Jack hasn't been outside for a while. So I'm going to have to take him out for a quick second. So I'm just going to mute myself and put my little pretty avatar or whatever it is on there. If I can remember how to do it. And I'll let you make sure there's no dead air. And for God's sakes, don't share the link.
No pressure, Brian.
I will never live that down.
Nope, not with me. You won't.
Education.
Yeah, well, I tell you what. While I'm letting Jack out, you can tell that story because there's probably some folks that have joined now that don't know that whole story. Don't go into too much detail.
No.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, so what Dave is always referring to is we have a place in Surfside Beach, South Carolina. So at my house here, up until recently, it didn't have internet, like decent internet to do any of the streaming and stuff like that. So I was down there working on our little condo, and I was like, oh, I'm going to try, let's do a test stream. So I was talking with Dave and Clyde, and I made the mistake of putting the link to join in there into the chat, and somebody joined in, and as soon as I put them up on the screen, and I was like, oh, well, who's this? And put them on the screen, and well, it was Nature's Wonderful Wild Discovery. For a few seconds there, I was like, oh no.
I'm sorry I missed that.
No, please don't be. It was very educational. So yeah, it was that was a fun few moments. And
Marlon Perkins' Wild Kingdom.
Yeah, it was wild. So, but yeah. So that's what Dave is always referring to, and no, I will not make that mistake ever again. So, but yeah. So, well, my big thing with my Gatton is, like I said before, I guess at the very beginning, is that I was just trying to get in at the lowest price point that I could. And to do that, I was looking at the Xylotex and all that, but it seemed like at that point that I don't know. I was just looking at it being around for a long time, and it wasn't going to get updated and stuff. I was like, well, I'm going to move on to something new that will have some hopefully support for it in the longer run. And so I found about a board for a Raspberry Pi. So if somebody's not familiar with Raspberry Pi, this is what a Raspberry Pi is. It's just a single board computer, and it's about the size of a credit card, a little bit bigger. And so what you do is you actually just put this board right up on top of it, and you connect everything through there. So it's an all-in-one solution. You don't have an external, desktop or anything like that. It's just the Raspberry Pi. You connect your monitor to it, you connect your keyboard to it, and you're off and running. And also it was a lot lower of a price point than going with the other options that were out there. So I figured I'd give it a whirl and see what happened. And unfortunately, I wasn't finding much of a support for it out there. There was not, there wasn't the groups that Mach 3 has and stuff like that, and support for it. So I did a couple of videos for my YouTube channel to show how I built mine and put mine together, and all that since then. And now I've, in the last couple of years, started a Facebook group for it too, which has I don't know, it's got probably close to 5,000 people that are part of that group now. But it's a simple way to go. It runs off the Gerbil. It doesn't run off the Mach 3. And so at the current time, I'm not even using, I don't have any of the Vectric software or anything like that. I use the easel from Inventables because, well, it was free, and I was trying to do everything as the lowest price point that I can. Sometimes you get what you pay for, and with easel, you definitely get what you pay for. But it's been okay for what I've been using it for, and it's time for me to move on from that, definitely. And I just need to sell enough product to be able to not have my wife kill me by spending several $100s on a machine that she already hates. Been having fun with it. I really like my machine. It's down in my basement currently. And eventually it'll be out in my shop whenever that gets done. And but the going back to the Raspberry Pi, Mark actually asked a question earlier about if I run into anything that I can't do. So far, no. I have a laser hooked up to it too, and there's no extra bobs or anything else that you have to add to it. It's got a spot right on the board that you plug into, and it's ready to go. The board that I use is from a company called Protoneer. They're out of New Zealand, and they make this little board. So speaking of that, I probably shouldn't say anything quite yet, but I will anyway. And that is the news that I'm actually going to be a distributor for that board, for the Protoneer board. And that is probably in about a month, I will have them in stock and be able to start offering them. I figure with all the stuff that I do with the Facebook group and all that stuff, and I got in contact with those guys over there, and they said, yeah, here, you can start offering them and selling them too. So it's pretty neat. At least it'll hopefully pay for a bill or two.
Well, my question earlier about any limitations you may have found, I was more referring to the size of the file. I don't know what kind of processor those Raspberry Pis use, or memory or anything like that. Do you ever run into any limitations like number of lines of code or anything like that? Or
no, I haven't. What I use to run my G code is BCNC, which is it's a open source, Gerbil software. that you can use on that. And no, I haven't run into any type of clog or bottleneck or anything like that. The Raspberry Pi that I have on my machine, it's been the same one with the same memory card since I built my machine, several years ago. And I'm using, I think I have like a 16 gig SD card in it, and the RAM is, I want to say it's only a 2 gig of RAM board on that one, and runs perfectly. You couldn't ask for anything more on that. The new ones, the Raspberry Pi 4s, which is what this is Raspberry Pi 4. I got this one to do some testing with it to see how well that board worked with this one, and which I just haven't done that yet. But this one even has more RAM built into this particular one, and I don't think it'll be any issue at all.
Okay.
The Pi 4s are pretty amazing machines.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Full-on desktop machine, really.
Yeah, I'm really, I've been really happy with it, and I wouldn't change anything that I've done with mine. There are some things that might be coming in the pipeline that I'm trying to teach myself some things so that I can possibly produce something. But that's all we could really say about that at the moment. So,
got a question for you. I think you're Ryan. It says, "Are you using external drivers?"
Yes. That's one of the neat things that you can do with the Protoneer board is that you can do it with onboard drivers or external drivers. With our machines, with the hobby CNC machines, you want to do the external drivers. The onboard drivers are limited to 2 amps, and so they sell a little board that you just pop on there, and then you can just run an external driver off of that. So I run the 542Ts, what are they? Or DM 542Ts or something like that. And I actually run my system at 48 volts. I don't run mine at 24 or 36. I actually run mine up at 48. And it's been great. The nice thing I think about being up that high is that I'm pushing the same amount of power with a lot less amps. So my drivers never get warm. I can run a 6-8 hour job, and my drivers never get warm. My motors barely get warm. So it's running that high has been really good for me.
I think we might be getting a twofer from Leanne. Looks like she's live from Moon Pie headquarters.
No, I'm in the new moon. I'm in New Moon Creation area.
Actually, no, you're on.
No, I'm on my half of the shop.
Hey, Dave.
So wait a minute.
No,
wait a minute before you start. So you know how Ken is. I thought y'all might see him do something up, but he did pretty good with that cut.
Nice to see you have full faith and confidence in him.
I do. I'm the
Look,
stable
Dave. You know, this all started. She goes, "Hey, can I get a 6x6 foot piece of your shop for a CNC?" And now she has the entire half of my shop.
Well, a lathe doesn't have that big a footprint. That's all you need is you got your lathe. And
you can see behind me, that is all my half. Oh yeah, and here's Ken's lathe right there somewhere.
Hey, Ken, just speaking from personal experience, being married for 33 years, you're lucky you got half.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I thought I had the cellar until a long arm quilting machine showed up in it.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing we outgrew at the new house was the shop. Absolutely.
We outgrew it before we even got in here.
Yeah.
You're kind of lucky. You're kind of lucky to be indoors.
Well,
So Dave, I'm sitting here putting this thing together. This is not very easy for me. You know me. I'm the type of guy who just likes to slam crap together and hope it works. You can't
Well,
do this with this thing.
We're all taking bets on how long it's going to take you to get your first coat of total boat on it.
we've already had that discussion. It's some things we talked about after you left.
Just keep plugging, Ken. You got this, buddy.
Dave said, "Keep plugging. You got it."
If you can run a lathe, you can run a CNC.
Yeah.
Yeah, but have you seen how he runs his lathe? Sitting on my half of the shop, and these are things that aren't in the video because I'm not in front of the camera. I hear something and I start trying to find cover. You know, it's like there's something. Oh.
Yeah,
So
you may need one of those. We called them bump caps, but the construction hats to wear when Ken's out there running the lathe. Because if you're running the CNC, you're not going to be looking to see it flying over there at you.
I'm thinking football helmet.
Yeah.
Did someone say something I couldn't hear?
We were just making fun of Ken.
Yeah, Jerry's machine says that he uses a Pi 4 as a desktop now. So yeah, which more and more people are doing. They're getting pretty powerful for their size.
I had one hooked up for a home theater PC for a while with a terabyte USB drive on it, solid state drive. Wow. Great.
Very cool. Yeah, one of my upcoming projects I want to do this year is I bought an old arcade machine, and it's called Super Sprint. So you got 3 cars that are driving in a circle, and the cabinet's pretty beat up, so I'm gonna redo the cabinet and then put an LCD display in it and all that stuff, and then I'm gonna tap into it too with a Raspberry Pi, so that I can do other driving games besides Super Sprint. So that'll be a project hopefully later this year. But yeah, so it's going to be fun. Hopefully, the stuff I've been dealing with my little Italian super small car, it's been taking up all my time. Otherwise, I would have already had everything done to be the distributor now for it. But next month, probably everything will be up and running. So anybody that wants one can get one from ourballarddesigns.com. So that'll be nice.
Sweet.
Oh, here's Chipper.
Uh-oh.
Gibson!
Yeah, I think we lost somebody too. Somebody dropped off just about the time he come on.
Yeah, I think that was Dennis.
How you doing, Michael? Good to see you.
Good. We're down here in South Texas buying a camper right now, so I have to jump on real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you did. This, for those of you who don't know, Michael is a long time Gatton CNCer, I guess, or Gattoneer or whatever. And
yeah, I think I've had my machine built almost 5 years now. I think it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been.
You're one of like the
16, and I can't remember when you got it. You and Jerry got them about the same time, didn't you?
Yeah, something like that.
I think you guys are some of like, you're like the original 5, aren't you? What part of the original 5 that got them?
Yeah, something like that.
It might be. I don't know. I know it seems like it's a long time because I know I've sold a bunch of them since then. But, and Michael's got a pretty good sized one too. Of course, you know how they are in Texas. They like everything big in Texas.
Oh yeah, I think my machine's 5 foot by 5 foot.
Didn't you make them out of just a 5x5 sheet of Baltic birch?
I did, yep, and mounted the rails right on the end. Yep.
Okay. So you're getting ready to get you a camper, huh?
Yeah, hopefully drive home today with it. I'm glad to see a little bit more.
All right, good deal.
Sweet.
Isn't Dave building a camper?
Well, I am, but you know, I have just great luck. I bought the trailer from Northern Tool, and then I thought, well, I'm going to work out it because I don't have room in my shop. I have to put it out in the driveway. And then we had a bunch of rain, and then of course, lumber has gone sky high. So I'm thinking, well, you know, that trailer's not going anywhere. It's still sitting there. So I did buy a heavier axle, and I bought some bigger tires and stuff. And it's just kind of put on hold right now because of the price of the lumber. And plus, I really don't have a whole lot of time because, you know, every time they send out those stimulus checks, I get really busy. I don't know why that is, but
Everybody's pulling the trigger on the gas.
you know, people are waiting around and they're like, oh yeah, I got the stimmy check. Let's go.
Yeah, you telling the FedEx guy about stimulus checks. Lord have mercy.
Oh, I'm sure. I use you, Dennis. I'm in Gaffney, so we have.
You're where?
Here in Gaffney.
Now, who is that talking?
Leanne.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's crazy. We deliver Chinese hair from China. You see these black ladies with the long hair. That's what it's from. And they're all wearing Nikes and Fashion Nova like it's going out of style.
Yeah.
It's good for business though. FedEx made more money last quarter than they've ever made in their history.
Oh, I'm sure.
So that's hopefully they'll keep it going, and that way I can send me my retirement check.
Yeah.
Right. That's
You
what.
know, I hate to say anything bad about carriers, but FedEx is probably my least favorite.
Dave, I used to like you a lot, buddy.
Let me tell you why. Why? Every time, you know, of course, when you order stuff off of Amazon, you don't really know how they're going to ship it. They may ship it post office, they may ship it UPS, FedEx, whatever.
Well, not no more. FedEx don't do no Amazon.
Every once in a while, I get something that, you know, where they ship it FedEx, and every time the guy stops over here at my neighbor's and tries to give it to my neighbor. And one of these days, I'm not going to see him, and they're going to end up getting my stuff.
We have that happen a lot. A lot of times it's because, well, number one, I'm FedEx Express. So everything that I deal with comes in on aircraft. FedEx Ground and Home Delivery, they're independent contractors. So they can pretty much do their own crazy thing.
That's why we see all the videos, right?
That's exactly right. Every now and then you'll see the FedEx Express. Anytime they say FedEx, everybody thinks it's FedEx Express, but it's not. It's always FedEx Ground.
Yeah.
But they do a pretty good job. They've got a lot of stuff to deliver, man. It's just crazy what they have to do.
Well, it could always be worse, Dennis. I don't know if you know Russ Meadows or not, but he worked for the post office. So,
well, I can show you some pictures that I've taken on my FedEx route a couple of years ago. Those guys won't get out of those little vans and take the package to the front door. They'll strap it to the lid of the mailbox with a rubber band.
Yeah. That's the magic of duct tape.
Dude.
That's because you guys live in towns that have more than like 1,000 people in them or something.
Yeah.
Out here in the boonies, the lady's nice. She'll pull right down the driveway and drop the packages.
Yeah, but
Yeah. I guess it all depends on how heavy it is and how far it is to your front door.
We've got a gate, and our driveway's 900 feet long, but we put a box to receive packages because Ken gets a lot of packages.
There you go.
So, and we put the code in every delivery for instructions. We have carriers that set our packages on the box, but never in it. Not once. We've been here for almost a year, and not one time has anybody put anything in the box.
Yeah. I'll tell you a good one. There's a customer on my route. She had a plastic box out by the gate too. It wasn't locked. You can drive all the way in there, but she had a sign up, please put all packages inside gate. Well, I opened up the or inside the box. I opened up the box and I looked down in it, and there were like black widow spiders everywhere. And I'm going like, oh my gosh, there's probably going to be a snake in there the next time. So I put the package in there, and she had a orange tent peg that she wanted you to stick on in the front of it, so that when she pulled up, she know that she had a package. Well, I left her a note on there, said, watch out for the black widow spiders.
I think I'd leave my package in there forever.
Yeah.
Or torch it.
Yeah. Damn. It's an
Okay, if
adventure.
there's anybody new that's tuned in the last few minutes or so, if you want to join the live stream, we're full right now. I can always kick somebody
You can boot
out.
me, it doesn't matter.
I got it.
You don't like me.
I was actually just gonna say I'm gonna head out, but it was nice meeting you all, and I really enjoyed being on here, and it's nice to see put faces with names, you know, and I look forward to spending many years with my Gatton and learning more from everybody here. So
Yeah. Well, you know, it's like I mentioned earlier that even though we're having to do this virtually, in some ways it's better because, you know, there'd be some people that no way they could make the trip to wherever it is. But here it's easy to just get on a computer and you're here. I mean, you know, here's Michael. He's buying a camper and he's hanging out with us.
right.
So anyway, well, thanks for joining us, Carrie. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone. Bye bye.
Okay,
I got to leave too.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, a couple of them jump ship. Okay.
I wasn't trying to run folks off. Because I don't have anybody waiting right at this minute. But
Well, Dave, I just want to tell you, dude, I really miss your coffee sessions that you were doing, because I could put my phone in front of my steering wheel and I can listen to it in between my stops. So
well, I'm
I
back.
kind of miss that.
Now.
Are
He
you?
started back.
I'm gonna have to. When did you start back?
I've been doing them probably 2 or 3 weeks now.
Okay. Well, good. Well, I've got about 20. I got 10 working days left at FedEx, so I'm gonna tune in.
Okay, it's all just it's me and a bunch of other old folks. Looks like because
That's all right.
Everybody else.
I'm gray-headed. I'm gray-headed too.
So
Yeah, if I get up that early,
started doing it back. I think I shot that last video. I hadn't the one where I just said what have I been up to or whatever, and then I had a bunch of people comment and go, man, I sure miss your coffee sessions and stuff. And I thought, well, all right, I'll try doing another one. And I'm usually up drinking coffee then anyhow, so we all just kind of hang out and drink coffee and gripe about the weather. And
well, that's one thing about this community. If you get even a little bit well known and you suddenly just don't post anything for a week, folks start, is everything okay? Are y'all all right over there? Folks get real concerned. So
yeah.
It's like you got to say something every once in a while just so people won't ask you how you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, since we got room, Alan Kreifels is going to be joining us here. Let me send him the invite.
Good. I'm looking forward to
How
him.
big is it?
Dave, is the rain in Georgia yet?
Oh, yeah, it stopped. In fact, the sun's trying to come out. We've had it all morning. It's headed your way.
Yeah.
No, don't send it here.
It's already raining here.
Hmm.
It's sprinkling a little bit now. So.
Oh, maybe it'll knock that pollen down.
I know. Oh my God.
Look out the window.
Yeah, the pollen's been really bad this year. Yeah, I got kind of disappointed. I have the Fox 5 weather app, the storm tracker or whatever it's called on my phone. And I've noticed the last 2 or 3 days when I go to hit the hourly or the daily button, it's blank. It wouldn't work. It would still work when I hit the Viper radar button. So I thought, well, I don't know what's going on. So I deleted the app. I thought, well, I'll delete it and then I'll go get it again and reinstall it. So I deleted it off my phone and went to go get to the Play Store or whatever and get it. And my phone is really old. It's a Samsung S5. It's old. And when I went to get the app, it wouldn't let me get it because it said it will no longer work on my device. So I guess that's their way of telling me to get off my wallet and buy a new phone, but I'm not going to.
It's overrated.
I installed the weather, what is it called? The Weather Channel app instead. So
I think that they purposely don't get it right now, though, so that you have to go and see all their ads. It changes every couple of hours. So
yeah, but I really miss that app because I like that when you could check stuff and I could watch that radar and I know exactly where I'm at on that little map. And it's you can say, well, it'll be raining about 5 minutes, and sure enough, it will. You see that move over you. But yeah, we've been getting rain all morning. It's acts like the sun's trying to come out, but
crazy. Well, David and guys, I'm going to head out. I got to go back and help my brother-in-law try to put this door in.
Okay. What about the walls, Ryan?
Well, that's what we ended up. I was told this morning that I was going over there to help put in a door. I was not told that we were taking out walls first.
Got to take out the walls to put the door up, huh?
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for joining us here, Ryan.
Hey, no problem.
Hanging out
No
with
problem
us.
at all. You guys have a great day, and I will see you all soon.
All right. Take care, buddy.
See ya.
Have a good one, Ryan.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
He ever gets his hot rod up and running, that's going to be a fun little grocery getter.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty cool.
I was telling him in the
I don't know how
comment-
he fits in it though. He's a pretty big guy, I think.
I don't know that he does fit in them. I think some of that may be CGI because it is not a big.
I think we need to start a poll on how long it's going to take Ken to finish my CNC.
Well,
and how many injuries. I mean, we could really make this fun.
Now, I'm surprised I haven't seen, because I know sometimes he'll post pictures of busted fingers and cuts and stuff, and all. So I'm surprised he'll probably blame one of those on the Gatton build.
It's pretty straightforward.
Sometimes he'll post pictures of busted fingers and. All right, somebody's got their volume on. You'll probably blame one of those on the Gatton build.
You're still listening on YouTube, huh, Alan?
You're on YouTube, Alan? Busted fingers. All right, somebody's got their volume on. You probably blame one of those on.
Got a little feedback called reverb.
You're still listening on YouTube, huh, Alan? You're on YouTube, Alan?
Yeah, it takes about 3 minutes to get there.
Is that better?
Much better.
Yeah, okay. I muted him about the time. There you go.
Yeah, I killed the Facebook feed on there, so that helped.
Okay.
There you go. All right, Mr. Jim Senecola has just joined us too. So, Alan, since you're going to be talking here in a little bit, let me let Jim introduce himself to the Gatton community here.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay, good. Jim Senecola. I'm in Midland, Michigan, and I built my Gatton in August of 2016, and it's still the stock machine. I haven't put anything really on it. I use a router, and I do about 30 or 40 projects a year, and my size is basically 24 by 24 or less. So, and I learn stuff all the time.
Okay. Well, good. Any progress on the bench picnic table thing? Or are you still working on that?
Well, I got to find the 2x4 lumber.
Okay.
You know,
well,
we had a big dam failures here, and lumber in Midland, Michigan is really hard to come by, and like you've heard before, it's skyrocketing. So price
yeah,
went from
that's why my build's on hold right now because I didn't want to put that much into it.
used to be $3 8 foot, and now it's over 10. So.
And
Yeah,
that's
we were the
two-
last house build before contractors had to go into not litigation necessarily, but mediation and renegotiate even houses that they were already building because the cost of lumber skyrocketed, so that they couldn't build a house for what they had quoted. And I mean, we were like, the house that they were building in conjunction with ours fell into that, and we didn't. So.
You got
they had a guy on the news the other day, and he was a builder, and he was talking about just plain old OSB. You know, it used to be like $7 or $8 a sheet, and now it was like $35 or something a sheet.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
Oh yeah, I do a lot of cutting. We have a DIY studio here, and she does all kinds of do-it-yourself type projects. But she has people come. She has a business downtown, and they come into her studio. She supplies, all the materials and stains and paints, and we do vinyl cuts for her to, do her stenciling and such. And the even what I have to charge her, she's had to go up on her prices because she could not do it for what she was doing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just crazy. But
You wanna scare yourself to death? Go online to Lowe's.com and look at a pine 1x12, 8 foot long, the Select Pine 1x12 that most folks make signs out of. You want to scare yourself?
Yeah. I saw plywood today going for $96 a sheet at Lowe's.
Yeah. Hey,
like,
that
$38
Select
last year.
You're scaring me, Michael.
that Select Pine 1x12 is $73.
I got to go check the Home Depot site now.
I'm
Dave,
lucky
you
I
gotta
have a
be
solid
doing like
material.
the gas companies and go up.
Well, I've held the price pretty steady because I'm fighting more than one thing because I've been doing the Gatton CNC for
I told you once we get leave.
almost 5 years now. It'll be 5 years in June, and UPS has had several rate hikes since then. Not to mention the plywood.
You just made Dennis mad again, Dave.
No, don't bother
I'm
me.
joking.
Them,
I'm joking.
hey, when I got my Gatton delivered at my front door, my UPS man, he hated my guts. I can tell you that right now. That thing's heavy.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute here. Man, that's crazy there.
Well, how many sheets of plywood do you think you're going to need for that trailer, Dave? Because I figure I'm going to need about 24 to do my shop.
Well, because of the way the cuts are, because I'm wanting to make it 9 foot long by the trailer's 5 by 8, but it's going to be 5 by 9 foot. So I figure I'm going to need at least 5, maybe 6 sheets.
Well, you can get a 5 by 10 sheet.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably have to hunt around to find one of those, though.
Go through a cabinet shop; they can get them.
Let's see.
I make friends with when I can't do something, I make friends with the people who can. And I've got a buddy at a cabinet shop. If I need something like that, I'll just go talk to him, and he'll add my needs onto their order, and I pay him for it right there.
Man, these prices are just ridiculous here.
Yes, sir.
And I haven't even got to the 4 by 8 yet. I'm scared to look at it.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't harvest all those trees in Mount St. Helens, knocked all them trees down, and they just let them rot in the ground.
I'm in softwood lumber country here in Southern Oregon. I got a mill 2 miles away from my house where they make the veneer for plywood. They've got logs. They've got material. They're out harvesting in the burn zones and everything. They've got logs literally piling up out there. What they don't have is clearance by the state to allow people to come back into the mill to run them. So COVID has basically, a lot of the processes are automated, but they still have to have people. They still have to have operators, and they're restricted from the number of people they can have within the building at one time. So they've slowed down. Instead of running 3 shifts a day, 7 days a week, they're running a shift and a half a day, 5 days a week. So, and it's just simply to fulfill the state requirements, but they've got the material.
Yeah, I just found the Pure Bond 4x8, and it hasn't. That's what I paid the last time. $64.37. But when I started out, it was about $20 cheaper than that.
Yeah.
As long as I don't go over there and they jumped up a bunch, and I don't know about it. But I try to, when stuff goes up, I try to just absorb the cost as long as I can. But then after a while, just like the thing with UPS, they had like about 3 or 4 rate increases. And I thought, okay, well, because I first did it, I did free shipping for about the first year and a half.
Yeah.
And then after that, I thought, all right, I got to start charging them a little something.
Yeah, because it's expensive, isn't it, Dave?
I can't eat it all. Yeah. It just depends. I tell you, I hate shipping stuff. Don't take offense, Mark, but I hate shipping stuff to Washington, Oregon, and California. Because, oh man, it's like, I don't know why I know it's a long ways out there, but it's just so much more just to go that one state over. Like I can go to Nevada or somewhere like that, and it's not that bad. But just that one more state over, and it's like, almost doubles in price.
But Nevada is a big destination, and Washington and Oregon aren't. We're just, there are some people that come up and vacation here, but there are always people and things flying into Vegas or flying into San Francisco or Los Angeles, but just not much. People go through Seattle and Tacoma, but they don't stay. So, yeah. It's pricey to get. Try flying out of my local airport here.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me. I'm just making him sit here. Look at me. Let me get Alan in here on the conversation. Alan, thanks for joining us. And you want to tell the Gatton folks that may not know who you are? I'm sure most of them probably do because you're very active on the Facebook group. But tell people who you are, what you do, and a little bit about yourself.
No, I'm only on there just a little bit, not that much. Actually, I started my Sidewinder CNC in March of 16, and so this is the 5th year of playing with the Gatton toys. And Mark and I actually built our Gattons at the same time, so we call those sisters.
Yeah.
There was a lot of late night text back and forth. How do you do this? How do you do that? And that was, a lot of it was before the videos were out. There were some videos that you had out there at that time, but there was a lot of it that Mark was doing the videos and we were doing the work. A lot of times a day before Mark's video came out.
He even copied my paint job, Dave.
Well,
that is a good paint job. You got it.
They are sisters, and it even has the mustache logo on it.
Unmistakable mustache.
Well, but see, and that's something that I don't know, that kind of bothers me. I don't know what you think about it, Dave, but my videos were never meant to be build videos. They were meant to document what I did. You know, I was, people say, well, I watched Mark's video. Mine are not the official build videos. Dave's are the build videos. I just documented my build because I thought it was interesting, you know, and to be honest, I thought maybe Dave could sell a few more CNC kits.
And no doubt I have from that. Yeah.
But it's been a fun ride.
Oh yeah.
We retired from the state of Kansas in 17. So for the last 5 years, I've been doing woodworking probably for 45 years. But the CNC side of it, I was an aerospace machinist for a while, and so I got to play with Cincinnati Millicrons and Big Boys toys off and on. For a while, I worked at a shop down in Wellington, Kansas, that had, at that time, and I don't know, it still may be one of the records, but it was, we laugh about our gantries, you know, being 48 by 52 inches or something like that. And my old buddy Bill down at Wellington's Cincinnati Millicron was 28 feet wide and 410 feet long. And it had twin 5-spindle gantries on that machine, where they actually made wing spars and they did wing skins for the Cessna Citation jets and stuff like that. So I was exposed to it for several years before. And it was, you know, it wasn't until I first saw one of Dave's Sidewinder videos, you know, how to do this thing on a shoestring budget. And the Ford light came on and said, hey, maybe I can do this. And so like everybody else, we jumped in and thanks to him, we did do it.
Yep.
Yep. So, we run, my wife Linda and I run Sawdust Therapy Family. That's kind of our retirement gig that we put together. And probably 90 to 95% of the work that we do is custom. And I see so many of the what I call newbies in the forum and on the Gatton group and stuff like that, you know, and they're talking about, well, you know, I can't afford to do this, I can't afford. These machines will pay for themselves.
Yes. Hand
over fist, more and more and more. It's a good thing, Dave. You know, you could revisit your licensing thing, Dave. Maybe you need to lower the price of the kits and say, give me 10% of everything you make. So there's they've done very, very well. We actually started the very first CNC projects that we started. What did I do here? Were a Mexican trained domino center.
I remember them.
And Linda's dad used to make these out of plywood, and he would take a coffee can and trace it. And then, let me see there, yeah. He'd take a coffee can and trace it, and then take a pencil and trace the dominoes on there, and he'd cut them out with a jigsaw. And we played Mexican trained dominoes in our family nights and stuff for years and years and years. And right after we had the Sidewinder running, Linda said, can that thing make circles? And I go, oh yeah, perfect circles, or perfect enough for us. And so we started making the Mexican trained domino centers. And since then my kids hounded me, said, Dad, you need to get on Etsy. And after being in IT for 40 years, Dad even had to ask what Etsy was. And so they pointed me toward Etsy, and we have a little Etsy store over there. And we recently shipped the 150th one of these. And we've shipped these to Germany, England, Iceland, Greenland, and all over the United States and Canada. And so they've been really, really popular.
Please tell Dennis you use FedEx for that.
Well, we use some FedEx.
Just remember, Dave, you get what you pay for, buddy. Hey, my daughter and her husband, they started making turkey calls. Lovebird, I think it's called Lovebird custom calls. And she went to the FedEx office location to ship some. And she called me. She said, Dad, she said, I didn't ship but one with you. I said, really? Why? She said, it was too dang high. She used the post office for them. So I said, hey, that's cool. No worries.
Yeah. If it fits, it ships. That's
exactly right. Beat. You know, I said, hey, I told you. But now I said, I can ship it with my FedEx discount, but with her being a business or whatever, I don't want to do that because that's just a conflict of interest and it's just not right.
Yeah.
You know, but I get a 75% shipping discount, you know, at FedEx Express.
Wow.
That's just a benefit we have, but I don't ship a whole lot. I deliver more.
One of the other things that we make a lot of, and how well this is going to show up.
Let me get you full screen here. There we go.
On the camera here. But these are walnut bases that we make with an LED strip. And Jim and Dave actually, Dave Ampford, I think, was with Jim, and they actually did a YouTube video on the display bases and the acrylics. But we do a lot of custom acrylic displays for just like a display or for awards. And so again, 90% of that stuff that we do is actually custom. We sell a lot of acrylic bases like that because the acrylics are swappable, and so they can put in a sports logo or they can put in a college logo. We did some at Valentine. I said, I was teasing Linda. I said, I love you more than biscuits and gravy. And she said, you ought to put that on an acrylic. And I said, okay, I did. So we run Linux CNC as far as the control software. And I want to say, well, it was Rob Schuster and Marlo Savinsky and I were probably the three Linux junkies back in the day.
The three you just mentioned, yourself, Rob and Marlo and Dave Matthews are the ones I think of with when I think about Linux. And Clyde CNC had a question about that last thing you were holding up there, Alan. He was wanting to know if that's cut mirrored on the back.
Yes. Yes. We use a diamond drag bit. If you can't visualize one, think of a dry ballpoint pen. It's spring loaded, and the tip just scratches on the back of the acrylic. And so we run that at probably 80 inches a minute when it's doing stuff, and our depth of cut is maybe 60 thousandths. And all you're doing is putting pressure down on that bit to where it's actually just basically. Somebody made the comment the other day, said my kids could scratch, and I go, well, yeah, they can scratch it, but they can't scratch it that accurately. And so it's a computerized controlled scratch is what the etching process does. And some of the ones that we've done have been very large. We recently, you talk about a local mill, Mark. We have a local guy that has a 25-foot timber miser mill, and he can take logs up to 25 feet in diameter 25 feet long and 32 inches in diameter. And so he slabbed out a lot of walnut for me. Then, so that's where we get all of our walnut that we use in the shop. and then we've done a lot of cedar live edge stuff, both engraved on it with the router and with the laser from that part of it. He does custom flag boxes. And so we, I don't know if this is, yeah, there we go. We engrave the flag boxes then with the diamond drag bit, and then we add an LED strip to the bottom of this with a 16 color controller. And we've had just a lot of great feedback from the families of their loved ones that served, and it makes it a really neat personalized approach rather than just a flag in a box.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have a question about the fill that you're using, like on that eagle emblem there. Are you using a crosshatch fill, or is that a solid fill?
Yeah, it's the quick engraved crosshatch out of VCAR.
Okay.
And I do it, typically run them at 45 degrees, and then it does 45 one way and 45 the other way.
Okay.
And it just depends on the size of the lettering. If my rule of thumb on that, if the lettering is probably ½ inch or less, then I'll use a raster because it's faster.
Right.
On that part of it. But as the lettering or the object size start to get bigger, we recently did one flag box that had an aircraft carrier on it for a guy that passed away in World War II on one of the aircraft carriers that he served on. And they called and said, "Can you do an aircraft carrier on it?" I go, "Like on what?" And they go, "Well, on the flag box." And I said, "Okay." So we start Googling images and stuff like this, and really absolutely couldn't find anything that was, traceable with V-carve or without spending 2 weeks worth of artwork, playing with the trace function in V-carve. And actually, we ran across the submarine commanders training silhouettes for World War II aircraft carriers and destroyers and stuff like that. And it was perfect because it was small size and detailed enough that, it gave a nice silhouette on there. And so we've been putting those on some of the Navy ones that we do for the different ships and stuff that they do, because you can about find all those on Google on the image part of it. I think I recently posted not too long ago on there that our little Gatton, which you can't see in the screen right now, but the little Gatton has gone bilingual. We use the Xylotex boxes that Dave recommended for back in day one.
Yeah. And
mine still cranks. It's got probably thousands of hours on it. And I had been playing with the laser and doing some engraving. Michael Tipster was actually kind of my guy I looked up to on how he was doing all that laser, till I found out he had those big boys toys sitting there in the shop next to his little JTech. But I was kind of jealous on the pictures part of it that I'd seen different people actually start to do it, and really Linux won't keep up with that. Part of it is they do so much movement so fast, and they control the power so much faster that Gerbil or GRBL controllers, Ryan's played a little bit with them. I know there was a couple more of the newbies that had built Raspberry Pi controllers and stuff like that actually worked with it. And I was able to find a $22 Arduino on Amazon and a $8 parallel port shield that all I had to do was solder the pins on there, and I got the GRBL controller running off a USB, talking to the Xylotech box. And so when I want to do rastering artwork on my little 2.8 JTech laser, I feed it with the GRBL machine, and basically it's the same computer. I'm just unplugged the parallel port and from the PC, and I plug it into the parallel port that's on the back of the little Arduino, and feed it that way. And this is one of the laser pictures that we actually did this last week.
Oh, wow.
And it amazes me that, if you look at the detail around the little girl's eyes, stuff like that. I mean, that's the capability that I can get, out of that. And that project wasn't fast. It was about a 4-hour laser burn, but that machine was doing something while I was working on one of the other machines. This last couple of weeks, we had a lot of wedding orders that are coming up in June, starting to get all kinds of cake boxes and wedding signs and all that kind of stuff done. So again, we're pretty much a custom shop.
I got to say that CNC wise, Alan is one of my heroes, because I mean, he's living proof of I keep telling folks that this is one of those, if you build it, they will come type of an operation. And when people see what you can do and hold it in their hand or take a look at it up on your wall, they'll come up with 1,000 things that they suddenly needed yesterday that they never knew they wanted.
Yeah, one of the very first big sellers for us was in fact, I think I did the very first year on the Gatton challenge. I think I did the family sign that I did on I think that was my only YouTube video that I had time to actually do. And we got off work early Thanksgiving Wednesday from working for the state. The governor let us go home at 2:00 that day. And she made the comment, I showed her the artwork for this family sign that I'd finished doodling up during my lunch break. And she said, look, we're going to Aunt Doris's this weekend. She said, can you make one for her? And I go, yeah, we can do one it'd be a neat Christmas present for her. She says, we need it like by noon tomorrow.
No pressure.
I said, oh, okay. And so needless to say, we got it done, but it was still wet. With the clear coat, we had signs around it that said please don't touch till the clear coat dried. But we took that single sign to a family reunion where there was probably 75 people, and we had 10 orders for it before we got out of the building. So then that one passed, and this one passed it on to that one. And so I mean, it was pretty short order that we're sitting there looking at, after I'd actually built the Gatton, we took the motors and the screws and the anti-backlash nuts and all that, and kind of stripped the Sidewinder down to nothing. And I actually was using the bed for the little Sidewinder as a sanding table. And then we got hammered with more and more orders and stuff. And I go, we gotta crank another one back up. And so we decided it was a good purchase for us to be able to have a backup Xylotech controller in case something happened to one of them, we have another one. And that was the original sell that I did to Linda, that I needed another one. But now that when she sees both machines cranking most of the time, then it comes out to where it's. So we actually took the same bed and we redid the rails on it, and then did the Gatton part of it on there so that they were same. And for a long time, they were just running, both of them were just running Linux CNC back and forth, which made it great because if you got tied up doing something on one machine, long as the size limitation wasn't too bad. The big one's got a 52 by 52 cutting area, and the little one's got a 24 by 34 cutting area. So a little bit of difference there, but for the most part, anything I can do on one, I can do on the other one.
So you've got about how many hours you think on your big one?
Oh, goodness. Well, we built those in what, 17?
So a few thousand.
Oh, yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
And
I've gone through 2 DeWalt routers on
okay. So you've worn out 2 routers. Have you worn out the aluminum rails?
No.
Settles that argument.
But that on that same point, back when we did the sidewinders, remember how we used to have to adjust that bottom axis?
Yeah.
And that, to me, that was always a pain. And you guys had came up with putting the back pressure screws and stuff in there, and that actually helped a lot. But you know, I learned from that one that there is such a thing as too tight.
Oh, easily.
So so all it needs to do is ride down there.
Oh, that was something that I tried to get across when I was doing my videos. Was you're not building the bridge. Yes, it has to be strong, but it's just got to support itself. You don't, you're not cranking that sucker down to 750 foot-pounds.
Yeah, and I move mine around a lot. We've got some fixed jigs on it that, so I don't know. You always have a tendency to work in one area, especially on a big machine.
Yeah.
And so I've got to the point now where I actually move things around
Yes.
a little bit.
I do the same.
Just for more wear. And actually, everything used to be homed all left front, and I just switched the little one over to home on right back, and I kind of like it now. I didn't think I'd like it as well, but I know Dave stays back there on the right back, and so I just recently changed the little one over to right back, and I'm probably going to change the big one over to right back too. And then that movement back and forth helps keep some even wear on there all the time.
Yeah, I've always liked the right to the right and to the back, because when you get done, all you got to do is hit reference all home, and it moves out of the way, and you can start unclamping your workpiece while it's doing it. And then when you go to start up, it's right there. So you just hit it, and it's just it's done. So,
well, guys, I gotta leave, so I'll see you guys later.
Okay, Jan, thanks for stopping.
Jim, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, Alan.
You
Bye
bet.
now.
Sorry, I bogarted all the time. I've just had a lot of questions for Alan because
that's fine.
You guys have really taken off with that. Are you doing? Is it surprised you? Are you doing more than you thought you'd do?
Yeah, at first when we first started doing a couple things, I actually thought it was, just a fluke of knowing a few people, but as it spread, it's actually spread more like wildfire. We did a lot of work for fire department awards, and probably unless you live in a great big city where those boys are actually paid, there's a lot of these little town fire departments that are all volunteer, and so they're always looking for some kind of inexpensive way to it, and that's been the kind of thing that I want. Everybody'd love to have that one big contract, maybe that you had to make 1,000 of, but then I don't know. It seemed to me like I'd get kind of burned out on that.
Tell me about it.
We haven't. You don't autograph every piece anymore, Dave?
Nah, it's I'm happy to be busy, and I'm fortunate to be able to be making the same thing over and over again. But sometimes when I carry those skeletons around to my fire pit, I think, man, I'm so sick of these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it puts food on my table, so I'm happy to have that problem.
But we're doing like I said, 90 to 95% of our stuff is custom, and that's what's been so much fun. Is we actually did a big sign. It was probably not big to us. We had to do it on the big machine. It was about 3 foot square, and the lady, there was kind of a story to it. The Oklahoma State Cowboys have a mascot called Bullet. It's a horse that the cowgirl or cowboy rides around every time the Cowboys score a touchdown. And that horse is really pampered as far as critters go. And so they change out the horseshoes on that critter every football game. And so the president of the college takes the horseshoes, and then they peddle those off to high dollar donors and stuff like that to help help support the college. And then if you got a horseshoe from Bullet, well, that was a big thing if you're an OSU fan. And she had gotten her granddaughter had wore they call them spirit riders, and she had wore the spirit rider costume to a football game and got noticed. And so the gals ended up getting her, that little girl, which was a granddaughter of our friend, actually got one of Bullet's horseshoes. So as a Christmas gift, she wanted, in the worst way, to be able to put this horseshoe on a sign with picture frames, and it says, "Here comes Bullet" on it. And then on the backside of it, it was a double-sided project. Backside of it had to be carved on it, "We love you to the moon and back." And so we didn't get it all done because she passed away the 18th of December that year, and she doodled that project on a napkin in the hospital bed. We brought that napkin home, and in January next year we were able to deliver that sign. And so we had some real touching stories, and so that's what makes our gig so much fun is our interaction between the customers. If somebody calls up and says, "Can you do this?" Yeah, we don't say, "Yeah, we can," and say, "Well, this is what you get." We go back and forth. It's not uncommon for me to do 30 transactions of either messenger or emails back and forth with pictures and layouts and design. We did one of the first big ones we did on the little machine was 24 by 24 inch squares. There were 3 squares that had the entire Apostles' Creed on it. And that lady and I spent probably 60 engineering hours on that sign. And I actually took this same TV that I have behind me, we took masking tape and I masked off a 24-inch window on it, and then I used Windows and V-Carve and stretched that window down so that the proof would fit in that. So it was what you see is what you're actually going to get. And she was a school teacher, so she played with fonts. She played with the letter spacing and stuff like that. And she'd come over 2 or 3 nights a week, to mess with this thing for 2 or 3 hours. And so I know had 60 plus hours, of V-card time in it before we ever did it. But, we did okay on the projects on it, but that lady generated a ton of work for us.
Yeah.
Because she passed it on, that Alan and Linda will, do what you want, how you want it done.
Yeah.
Alan, we've got a question. Keith Glassnip wants to know what your website is.
If you go on Facebook, that's the quickest way to find it. It's just Google Sawdust Therapy Family on Facebook.
Okay, let me put a.
Yeah, I think on Facebook links, I think you can even use like the @ sign and then Sawdust Therapy Family all in one word, and that'll take you that way too.
Okay, so that's it right there, right?
Yeah.
Therapy Family.
Yeah.
So there you go, Keith.
Well, I will say if you just do a Google search for Sawdust Therapy Family, you're the first link that comes up. You're in Scranton, Kansas, right?
Yep.
That is the first link that comes up. Plus, there are 3 videos they're showing. You evidently were featured on KSNT, huh?
Yep. That was a fun deal. She's actually my wife's second cousin.
Yeah.
Is the news director up there for that, and she came down and ordered a couple of Christmas gifts, and then she ended up ordering a gift for her dad's business, and got us on KSNT, and so we got a little bit of free PR out of that, and it was a fun time.
Yeah, Mark, if you take a look right over Alan's shoulder there, it looks like there's a big notch in that machine too.
Yeah, I think he cut out the front of his table.
Yeah, I did actually, because we were both going to do the 4th axis, and I never got to the 4th axis. But what that's really good for is this.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're making use out of it then.
Well, I did put the rotary axis in it, but like I said, if I'd have known then what I know now, I wouldn't have cut it out. I would have come up with another way.
I was just razzing Mark earlier, I think, before you joined us, Alan, about how everybody copied that infamous notch, and
yeah,
but that's all you ever see is just that empty space. Nobody's doing anything with it.
Yep.
Well, it makes it comfortable to stand there, and I can get up there from another 8 inches.
When I get moved into the new shop, I'm gonna have to make use of that ding dong thing just
There's
to show
been a
people.
couple times that I've filled it in. I've got a couple of little jigs rigged up that I can fill it in, and if I'm cutting full sheets of plywood to where I got it hanging over here, or trying to do a rip cut or something like that with it, it works out really well.
Yeah.
Some of the big signs that we actually did with the PVC, that's another material that we actually started doing a lot this last year.
Well, now you're using a router and you're cutting acrylics and plastics and everything. You really had to slow down the RPMs on that router, didn't you?
Yeah. When that's another one of them deals that hindsight is 2020. I had actually on the Sidewinder, I'm sitting there thinking about you got to have that DeWalt cranked up to 6.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be spinning that bit. Well, it was a good dust machine.
Yeah.
Wasn't much in the way of chips, but it damn sure make a lot of dust.
Yeah.
And when we got to, when I got to reading more about it and learning more about it, I started seeing all the 611s on the X carbs, and Dave had 611s on GarageWorks, and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there looking at, and the guy's talking about you shouldn't be running them more than about 1.5 or 2, on there. And I go, what? And so I started slowing them down and actually got better cuts. Bits started lasting longer. And when we're doing the acrylic, and the PVC, we use single flute O flutes.
Uh-huh.
And it just cuts that stuff really nice edges and stuff to where the light will actually glow through those parts of that. It makes it that smooth to where you don't have to hardly do any sanding at all. This was cut out of one of them big 4x8 half-inch sheets.
Yeah, I can't get that here. I wish I could.
Well, we have to drive 45 miles to get it. There's only one of the Home Depots in our area that has it. It's the ones that are 18 miles from us don't carry it.
None of them around here carry it. And the closest place I can find any of that is either Portland or Sacramento. So it's 270 miles in either direction to find that stuff. I can't get it here.
And I was debating about, going with a spindle for off and on for a long time. And I thought, the DeWalt's are so handy to have. And if I need to take one out and steal it as a hand router, I've always got it. And so I've always stuck with the router part of it. But the very first DeWalt, the bearings finally started to make a little bit of noise. Yeah. And it's probably got, if I had to throw a dart, it's probably got 2,000 hours on it.
Wow.
So, I mean, it was run, a lot.
So you got your money's worth out of that one.
Through that. And I think I changed the brushes on it like 3 times in 2,000 hours. But when I went to replace it, I thought, well, I'll just go ahead and get another one so we have one here in stock. Amazon says out of stock.
Oh, great.
Okay, well, I'll check Lowe's, out of stock. Home Depot, out of stock. And I go, what? So then come to find out they don't make the 611 anymore.
Well, that's okay. They discontinued the entire Porter Cable product line.
Yeah. And so they actually make a 618 that's the big 3.5-inch router, and its variable speed, I was going to look for the cheat here, is 8K to 24,000. Okay. So it'll even slow down slower than the 611s will.
Well, what are you cutting acrylic with? What kind of what you keep it set at 1.5? You said, right?
I keep it set usually at 1. So if I'm cutting acrylic, it's running 16,000 with a single flute.
Wow. Well, how fast are your feed rates and what's your depth of cut then?
I typically on the 1/4-inch acrylic that we go through a ton of that stuff. When we're cutting ornaments and cutting like these flag box faces and stuff like that, I'm usually running probably 50 to 60 inches a minute.
Wow.
And most of the time, 60, 70 thousandths pass on there. I still don't get very aggressive with them, knowing that they'll snap. Yeah. On there, but now like when we're cutting this cellular foam or PVC, that stuff cuts like butter. You can run this at 80 inches, 80 inches a minute all day long.
Well, I got to tell you, I might rethink my options here because I know my router will run 16K. It'll slow down to 12K, but I've not heard of anybody having any luck with running acrylic on even with an open flute bit with a router. Usually people are running down in the 10,000 RPM range.
Yeah. No, I mean, it does good. It does. Huh. The very first episode that we did when we were starting to play with the hi Chipster girls. When we were first starting to play with the acrylic, you went out to your big box store and got
oh, yeah.
And the first thing that the engraving looked fine because it was just scratching it.
Right.
When I went to cut that engraving out, and I was so mad, a big glob of crap that had melted, on there, and I go, and I even got on the forum and asked Jim, and Senecola was playing with acrylic, and a bunch of us were doing acrylic. And I go, what is the deal here? And they go, did you get cast acrylic? I said, isn't acrylic? And they go, no. Yeah. And so there's a big difference between cast acrylic and extruded acrylic. Typically, your big box stores, and the rule of thumb that I use is I haven't yet, out of the 2 suppliers that I work with, got any cast acrylic that did not have paper on it.
Okay.
If it had plastic on it, plastic film on it, I can bet dollars to donuts it's extruded.
Right.
And the best way to think of the difference is on the extruded side of things. It's, when you was kids or you had kids, you watched them push Play-Doh through the injection mold, or mom used to take noodles and mix the deal up and press out, pasta or noodles and stuff like that. That's extrusion.
Yeah.
That's the extrusion process. And the best way to think of the cast side of it is I always think back to my mom's fudge, where she'd mix all that stuff up and then just pour it in a pan and it would self-level, and do that. And that's the way a lot of the cast acrylic is.
Yeah.
Again, it's not, it might be 10, 15,000 difference thickness wise in a piece that's 12 by 24.
Yeah, I had a very short career in plastics, but it was all manual labor. There were no CNCs involved. Cutting it on table saws and routing it and this, that, and the other, all by hand. And we used basically cast acrylic. And I even got to go tour the facility where that stuff was made. And it's pretty fascinating to watch it be made. But it was all cast. None of it was extruded that we were working with. So, yeah, I see Carrie over there echoing everything you were saying. Acrylic, single, O-flute, climb, end mill, yeah. And then saying cast is best, yeah. Well, I didn't mean to bogart all the time, but I got questions, man.
No, that's good.
I see Leanne's looking pretty serious there. I don't know what's going on there, but she's been looking pretty serious. I guess she's keeping an eye on Ken over there.
I think she's updating the to-do list.
So did you buy the camper
Putting
yet?
up with Ken's a full-time job.
Did you buy the camper yet?
I got to sign some paperwork, but yes. The kids are restless right now, waiting to get out of here.
Ready to go
camping. The wife is hungry, apparently. We're going to come camp in your driveway, Dave.
Bring it on. Wear your old clothes, though. You know how it is when you come to my house. Wear your old clothes.
You gotta have a broom. Got to do broom.
You got to have
duty.
a broom in your hand. I know.
How can she be hungry? That camper's got a full kitchen. She should have lunch ready now.
Right? Camp out the kitchen. You should go make something like a woman.
Oh, I didn't say that. Now you're on your own. You're on your own. I did not say that. And she can play back the tape.
He said, "There's a place in the camper for the woman, the kitchen. Make something."
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And I got 5 witnesses.
She's taking off her shoes right now, trying to get barefoot. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, let me know how that works out for you.
Apparently, we can't take it home today. We have to come back in a week or so to get it.
Well, then forget it.
I'm going to put the email up here one more time, and if there's anybody, we've been going almost 4 hours here. If there's anybody who would like to come on and introduce themselves to the Gatton community, come on. Yes. Still got a fair amount of folks watching. I don't know how many out there that are wanting to join the live stream, but there's the email. Just send me an email to the email address you see floating across the bottom of the screen, and I will shoot you the link. And just come on. We've had a lot of participation. I'm glad that a lot of folks got over the camera shy stuff and came on here.
I think we could, like during the day, we can have it at 75. Depends on what time it is.
Well, I just took a quick peek over on the YouTube side. You still got 33 folks watching over there. So
It's fine. Stop now.
Yeah, I don't know if.
No.
You about to get moved into that new shed?
I think there's a lot of people just watching and not saying anything. So. And that's fine if you don't want to join. But I just thought, this is what the meet and greet was all about, is for folks to come on here and introduce themselves.
You won't get out of your chair.
At a physical
So
location.
I think there's TV on out in the waiting room.
Jack just woke up and got mad because there's a truck sitting parked right on the curb, right in front of my house.
There's nobody's out there. You can go change the camera.
Asleep and didn't see it.
we hear you, Michael.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Just sign the check and buy that thing.
Figured I'd warn him before he said something he didn't want out in public.
My kids get beat. Don't worry about it.
I figured we might hear something we could use later.
How you coming on your
Don't
shed?
have kids, people.
Martin, you about to get moved in?
I'm at a roadblock in that, and Grant Davis confirmed it. Basically, the shed was designed from the get-go to have the closed cell spray foam insulation, and now the corporations are having a hard time getting hold of the raw materials to make it. So it's basically back ordered. I know I try every week on Wednesday. I go on and I try to order it, and then within about an hour, the order's canceled because it's out of stock.
Wow.
So it's just I'm waiting on that. That, and in the process, I'm kind of hoping the price of lumber will come down, because I would like to panel the walls with 1/2-inch plywood, but at $70 a sheet, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm about ready to go hit up one of the local sawmills and see if they want to work a deal with, maybe doing 1x12, almost like a shiplap kind of a thing, but not quite shiplap, just a plank wall finish, But because, like I said, there's plenty of material around here. But some of them are cutting lumber. A lot of them are doing custom milling. It's just going to depend on, what they've got and what logs they have and what have you. But with all the fires that we had this year, there's plenty of material. The problem is most of it is sitting. So, it's...
Just want to say hello to Dave Stanton. He's checking us out from down under there. How you doing, Dave? Good to see you.
7:45 a.m. Wow.
Well, we'll carry this thing on a few more minutes till about 4 o'clock, or not 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I guess. And if nobody's else is wanting to get on here and talk about themselves a little bit, we'll go ahead and wrap
What
this.
kind of numbers did you have all told so far?
Oh, I don't know. There's been 30, 40, 50 people watching most of the time, I think. And that's just YouTube. I don't know what's over on Facebook. There's usually not near as many on Facebook. Looks like right now we've got, if I'm reading this right, we got Steve Nealon, Klondike, Mike Reynolds, Gary Brady, Jeff Morgan, and Jimbo Burt watching on Facebook, if that's accurate. And I guess it is.
Well, if any of you folks ain't already a part of the Gatton CNC family, if you're still on the fence, now's the time. Because, a year's going to pass whether you build one or not. And so would you rather have a machine up and running by then, or still be on the fence. I mean, if I had it to do all over again, I would do it all over again. And I think the only thing I would change is I wouldn't have put the cutout in the front of the table. I'd done the same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you would change?
That's the one thing I would change. But I mean,
I feel like I was cheating on Dave. I just had to, for my Gatton machine, I just put New Moon Creations into board using that other CNC.
Oh no.
And
Keep
I
it
did
away.
it right in front of Dave.
Keep it away from Ken. He'll have that sucker.
Have no shame.
Keep it away from Ken. It'll be an epoxy inlay before you know it.
He, before I walked back up here, he says, I was thinking about painting this or something. I said, it says New Moon Creations, not Moon Pie.
Ooh, shots fired.
See, I get to
Officer
retire
down.
I'm not as close to retirement as Dennis, but I've got calendar days, just over 800 calendar days till retirement. So I'll be in that shop a lot more than he will be.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's nice. I questioned since we retired, how did we find to do as much stuff as we did while we were working?
Oh, I know. And well, that's how I was, especially for Valentine's Days, because I was cutting and doing resin and staining a lot of the infinity signs, custom made infinity signs. And I was coming home after working all day and then being in the shop until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, and then up and go again the next day. And so, but it was fun when the board had more orders on New Moon side than it did on Moon Pie side. That's not the case right now, but Mother's Day is coming. I've just got to get I got to get him to finish. I use the CNC that I have so very little because I despise it. So he gets that Gatton finished. I'll be out there.
Yes, you will.
Dave,
Yes,
did
you
you
will.
ever think when you first laid out that first Sidewinder and some of the stuff even prior to the Sidewinder that it would ever be this big?
Well, no, not really. But I got to tell you, when I decided to make the new design, which came to be called the Gatton, I thought, I didn't know what to call it. I thought, well, you got to come up with some kind of a catchy name, marketing biz and all that. And I just couldn't really think of everything I thought of sounded stupid. I never really liked the word Sidewinder. Somebody else gave me that idea and I couldn't think of nothing else. So I went with that. But I just couldn't really figure out what I wanted to call it. But then when I started putting the thing together, and I don't want to sound, boastful here, but I thought, man, this thing is this is a good, sturdy machine. And plus, with the way I designed it, where you can adjust and make it bigger or smaller and all that, I thought this thing should do pretty good. And it has. So,
well, even in our little dinky town of 724 people, there's 2 Gatton owners now. Joe Gast actually finished up his Gatton CNC. So we laugh. We said we think we have more Gattons per capita than
yeah, you probably do.
You may be right.
In a lot of places.
No, it's like I said, I'm blessed because, some of y'all may know the story, some of y'all may not, but I was still working. I was doing the Garage Works thing kind of as a side gig, and I'd done the old metal Sidewinder thing as a side gig. I was working full time at sheet metal shops and stuff like that, and then that. I'll always remember the day because it was D-Day, June 6th. I go to work on Monday, D-Day, and about 10 o'clock, they called me into the office and they said, hey, we don't need you anymore. And, and I just had turned 60 and I'm like, oh, crap. What am I going to do now? who's going to hire some old guy at 60 years old when all these young guys can do it for half as much money or whatever? Yeah, they don't have the experience, but they can certainly do it cheaper. So I came home that Monday and I thought, well, I can either sit around and be bummed, or I can, I already had this other design kind of up here. I just hadn't put it, hadn't put it on in the CAD yet. So I came home and I thought, let's just see what happens. So I started drawing it up, had it all modeled and everything, and had the plans all done by that Friday. And I thought, here we go. We'll see what happens. And man, the response was just crazy. So, and I just, I've never looked back as far as, anything. I've never even thought about going to get a job. So it's worked out pretty well. Although sometimes this has turned into a job. I had the, and that's the whole reason why I ended up buying that Abbott. I never in a million years wanted to spend that kind of money on a machine. Not when I could build a Gatton for, I could have built 5 or 6 Gattons for what I paid for that thing. But I only had room for one more machine, and I needed something that would really crank out parts, because the Gatton was just getting so popular that it was turning into a full-time, 50-hour-a-week thing, being out there trying to run them all on because it's basically a hobby machine. It's not designed for speed. It's just designed to be accurate and a good, solid hobby machine.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, it's worked out well so far. I don't know what the future holds, but I've also been thinking, I'm thinking, well, it's been 5 years. Maybe it's time for me to come out with something different again. So
don't you dare. I just got mine to where I like it. Every time I get a CNC up and running nice, you change the design, and then I got to start all over again. And I'm tired of building machines, Dave.
Yeah, well,
I want to use it now.
Look at our degrees at the University of Smoke and Fire.
Well, this is true, but I'm tired of building it. I want to use it now.
I just want to thank Jerry for the what is that, a super chat? I guess I don't even know what it is because I never get them, but it says $5, so I guess it's a super chat.
Yep.
Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it.
Once you get the thing built, you get the Gatton built, there is a little bit of a break-in period, an adjustment period, where you do have to keep going back and tightening up couplers and tighten bearings here and there and everything, and it does have to roll that lip over on the aluminum angle. But after that, it's done. It's basically, when I went to your house in 2017, you showed me, and I took pictures. You showed me on the top of the aluminum rail, on the top of that x-axis, where you marked your aluminum, so you knew where to drill, so you wouldn't hit a screw from the front panel. And then when I built mine, I said, well, I'm going to do something and not tell anybody about it. I took a Sharpie pen and I drew a black line down the top of the aluminum rails on my y-axis. And then I ran it, and then I did a 2-year review video last year. And that black Sharpie was still there. It did not wear off.
Well, that was, what was it, 2017 when you were here?
Yeah, 2017.
Okay, so it's been 4 years. And if you want to come back and take another picture, those marks are still there.
Yeah, well, it's been 3 years now, and on my Gatton, that Sharpie is still there on top of the aluminum rails. It doesn't wear out that aluminum.
It's going to wear to a point, but then once it gets to where it fits that bigger bearing,
yeah,
and that's where people get all bent out of shape, thinking that with the aluminum angle it's way too soft, it's not going to last and all that, and it's only going to get better because when you get it worn right, it don't wear anymore.
Yeah,
it matches the shape of the beaker.
Exactly, but there is a little bit of tightening and adjusting and fettling that you have to do, but it's a kit. It does go together, yes, but you do have to file this and sand that, and
Yeah, it's not for, and I don't really have a problem with people that want to buy a turnkey thing where they don't have to, everything's done for them and they just plug it in and push the button and it works. I don't have a problem with those kind of people, but they're the kind of people that when they do have a problem, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
People like you guys that, have put every, screw and washer and everything into that machine, you know how to fix it. There's nothing that can happen that's going to be a big deal.
I get emails all the time from people who bought a imported, 3018 or 2040 or whatever that comes with no support. They don't know how to run it. Then they ask me to help them troubleshoot it. And it's like, I don't know what that thing does. I've never been in the same building with one. But so by building it yourself, every nut, bolt, and screw on that because you put it there.
And I think, you guys can, we got 5 of y'all here. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think pretty much everybody that goes through the build process, once it's all done, they realize that hey, I'm probably better than, somebody else that's got a store-bought one because I built this one, so I know a lot more about it.
So, Dave, a question for you guys. What type router should we get when Kim gets this together? Sitting right there.
You get 10 people in a room and get 10 different answers, then.
Yeah, you
well,
will.
I'll just make it simple. If you're going to use the stock mount that comes included in the kit, it's for a lot of different routers as long as they have a 3.5-inch body.
3.5-inch body. Okay.
Like a Porter cable.
Yeah.
690, 890.
I
think the Bosch.
The DeWalt 618 now has 3.5 inch.
Okay, thank you. I thought there was one, but that's why I made the mount that comes with it 3.5 because, well, at least you used to could. I don't know if you can now, but you used to go pretty much anywhere and get a Porter cable. It's going to be 3.5 inches.
Yeah, they've discontinued the Porter cable router product line. They still make Porter cable tools, but they're no longer making routers. They're shoving everybody towards the DeWalt brand name.
Okay. And the other thing too, I think even Harbor Freight makes one that's 3.5.
I want something that matches my colors.
Well, if your heart is set on
use resin, right?
Well,
just throw some total vote on there.
If your heart is set on the Makita router, you can just measure the body diameter and you've got that other CNC. You can cut a new mount for it.
Making me cheat on Dave again.
Dave's got an Avid CNC. He cheats on himself.
Oh, well.
I take the more crap about buying that Avid CNC, but people don't realize they would have a whole lot longer wait time on getting their Gattons if I didn't have that Avid CNC. And when I cut a kit on the Gatton or I cut a kit on the Avid, you can't tell the difference. Plywood is plywood. It's all the same cut. That's the only difference is that Avid has much beefier stepper motors. It's got the NEMA 34s, 900 and something ounce, and it's got the racking pinion, so the rapids are way faster. And it's more of a light to mid production machine, and that's what I need because I do production. That's what I run.
Right.
Like I said, a lot of the and it also makes me think, does all the X carves or Shapeokos and all those, are they made by an X carve and a Shapeoko? No. So what difference does it make? What makes the Gatton kit as long as they're the quality that they need to be?
Gatton kit cut by Avid. I like it.
If somebody says, I don't want one cut with your rabbit, I want one cut with a Gatton, I'd say, okay, it's probably going to take, I won't be able to ship it as fast. It's going to take me longer to cut.
Yeah, and it takes a lot longer, so it probably costs more. Cameron,
I just want to know which one is
You guys made them so dang popular. I had to do something, or I wouldn't. I didn't want to work that hard. Now I can just go.
Well, see, Dave, there you go. What you can do is you can be specially mark the ones that you cut on the Gatton and call that the Legacy Series, and charge an extra $100 for that kit.
Yeah, Carrie's hitting the nail on the head. The difference between production and a hobby. Yeah, it's not a hobby for me. It's just how and I do sell other things besides just the Gatton kits. I sell a lot of HDPE wedges. I sell the spacer blocks. I sell a lot of plans and stuff. So I sell a lot of different things. But when it comes to the Gatton CNC, that's production. Because I don't go out there and just run one or two. I go out there and run a bunch of them.
So what you're saying is it's okay if we have an open relationship here?
Yes.
Okay.
That other machine will make an excellent laser.
Right.
I used to have one of them. I actually bought one, I didn't really buy one. I took one in trade for a garage work from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And in hindsight, it was a really bad deal. I shouldn't have done it, but I wanted one because I wanted to see what all the hubbub was about. Because there was all these YouTubers were coming out with X-carves. All right, let's see what this thing is. And then I realized once I took one in trade that I'm like, oh man, this thing.
You can't join their Facebook page unless you have already purchased the machine. And if you go to their Facebook page, all they're doing is selling it. I hate this thing. I've got a problem with this. Got an issue with that. This one's for sale. I gave this much for it. You can have it. It's free. Come pick it up.
Yeah.
But
well, I ended up.
Good for lasering.
Like I said, I took that one in trade for Garage Works, and then I ended up selling it for just a few $100 for. I think I sold it for like $300 or $400 to a guy in Florida that wanted one. But
I know you had.
I was surprised. I said, "Yeah, there it is. Come get it. Just get it." I says, "I can't do anything with it." And I never had a fine laser because when you're running it without cutting anything, it ran great.
Right.
That's basically what a laser is those same extrusions and belts.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's
like
what my
printer,
K40 was.
The old dot matrix printer or something. It's kind of the same thing. They ran on them belts and stuff.
Yeah.
For a plotter,
Right.
But for a CNC, nah, I don't think. Or to cut with.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I remember that thing too. You had to move it off the bed to let me stay there.
Yeah, that's where I had it. I had it on the spare bed in that back bedroom.
I know. We went walking. Dave picked me up at the airport, and we drove down. And
called me and asked me if we wanted to go eat sushi.
and he walked me in there and said, "Well, you be staying here. Looks like I got to move a CNC before you can lay down." So.
Yeah. Hey, Leanne, can Ken hear us talking?
Do you want him to?
Well, I was just going to say, you need to ask him. We've been here for 4 hours. Is he not done with that thing yet?
Oh my God! Hold on.
Don't you even I thought it was kind of plug and play. I just got done cutting the gantry.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up again. I can't hear you.
That was a pain in the butt cutting the gantry.
Oh, that's the easy part.
It's 6 squares.
It'll break it down quicker.
You think it would be, but you know what? We
maybe
put
you
it
can
on the
have
X car,
waffles
and we put New Moon Creations on
later.
it.
Are you hungry at all?
Well, there's your problem.
Since you threw it all out.
Yeah. Well, as far as a router is concerned, if you go with something,
okay.
What would you say, Dave?
Hold on, Mark. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay, try again.
Okay. If you go with something, what would you say about 1 3/4 horsepower or bigger? You're good, Dave.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Leanne. if you want to get a different router that's not a 3.5-inch body, and for the little wooden mounts that come with it won't work, it's the same bolt pattern that I've been using for years and the same bolt pattern that everybody else uses. So you could go to like CNCrouterparts.com, which is basically Avid now, and they sell mounts for all kinds of spindles, every router you can imagine. And the bolt pattern to mount that aluminum mount will work with the same hole pattern I have on the Gatton.
Yeah. Okay. So if you go with a 2 horsepower router or something like that, you can cut anything you want.
Okay.
The router I have is a Porter Cable 890 series, and it's 2 1/4 horsepower, and I have never needed anything bigger.
Let me just.
And in fact, Dave, you used the Porter Cable 690 for years, and that's 1 3/4 horse.
About 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah,
I've
that's
got 2 of the 690s.
That's 1 3/4 horse. So.
I'm looking on Amazon right now to see. Oh, it came up with internet routers. Let's see if I can find one. See, here's a Bosch 1617. It's a 2 1/4, and I think it's a 3.5-inch body.
I think one of the bigger DeWalt's has the.
Who?
I think one of the bigger DeWalt's is 3.5-inch.
They still have some Porter. Okay, yeah, here's a DeWalt. What did Alan say? DW616, is that what you said?
618.
618. Okay, well, they have a 618, but that may be because it's got the base and stuff with it. And I bet you it's 3.5.
Yeah, I think the 16 was a fixed speed and the 18 was variable speed. That was the reason I went with the 18.
Yeah. But yeah, it shouldn't be a problem to find a decent router. You know, pick out what router you want to use first, make sure you can get one, and then find out what the body diameter is. And then if it's not 3.5, where the wooden mounts that I supply with the kit don't fit, you can go to that place and buy an aluminum mount, and it'll bolt right to it. You won't have to change any holes or anything.
Okay. I had talked to Mike at Queensport, and he told me let him know what size. So I may take care of it.
Yeah, I went to Avid and got the one for the 618, and then I used open builds for the one on the 611.
Yeah, the 618 is the 2 1/4 horse. It looks like this is the. It looks like this is the replacement for the 890 series.
Well, if they kept, like I said, if it's a 3.5-inch body, it'll work fine.
Yeah, and it's got the 1/2-inch collets too. It comes with a 1/2 because I know I talked to Dave one other time about guitar bodies and trying to find a longer bit, and was going to have to go to a 1/2-inch collet, and the 611, that kind of left me out of that part of it. But so I'm kind of excited about that. Cutting a Stratocaster body is still on my bucket list.
Jerry's asking where are the moons? You're in South Carolina, right?
We are. We're about 60 miles south of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Right off of 85.
You're not far from the Big Peach, right?
We are the Big Peach.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, or the butt, depending on
which way you're traveling and how your mind goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or what TV show you're watching. House of Cards made it worse than a butt. So, and I get to market that thing.
All right. Well, I haven't got any other emails for anybody wanting to join, so I guess we probably should wrap this thing up.
Thanks, you guys. I've learned a lot, or I've gotten more confused, but either way, it's been good for me.
Well, it's been fun.
Have
has
you
been fun.
Have you joined the Gatton CNC face group?
I have.
Okay, good.
I got approved.
Okay.
She did. I let her slide in there.
I don't participate much over there anymore because I'm a pretty basic guy. I am not a CNC expert. I've got the Xylatex drive box. I use Mach 3, and everybody has gone so far beyond me. They're into stuff I don't know a thing about.
Yeah, and when you get famous too, you don't have time for that.
It's
You're
hard to
sitting
find
there
the time.
You're still an American woodworker, Mark.
You're sitting there saying that I'm famous, and you've got 10,000 more subscribers than I do. So I don't want to hear that.
But I want
You are the
to
big
wave,
name.
I want you to wave at me as you blow past because your thing is on fire. I'm probably losing subscribers. I don't even keep up. You know, I passed 39,000 the other day, and I didn't even realize it.
Yeah,
because I don't pay attention to it.
Well, you
see,
you
your
know,
channel's different.
When Mark only had 25.
Your subscribers watch you. My subscribers, when I check my analytics, usually about 90% of the people that watch my videos aren't even subscribers.
Well, that's the way it is.
You know, that's the same thing with Ken.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, Ken's got what 52 now, I think. I don't know. You know, we
Yeah,
did the
his channel's
50,000
been on
giveaway
fire,
last
too.
weekend. But most of the people that are watching, according to the analytics, are not subscribers.
That's normal.
And that's kind of why well, it's not really why I quit doing content, because I still do some once in a while. But I'm not gonna make a big effort to do it when I know that, and I don't worry about the number. It's just a number.
Right.
I mean, it's nice to say, "Oh, I got 100,000 subscribers" or whatever, but that's not who's watching your stuff. You know, I want people to watch my stuff if I put it out.
Well, and they will, and they are. You know, it's 100% content driven. It's not who your subscribers are. It's 100% what you're doing. If they're interested in what you're making, they'll watch. If they're not, they just won't. There's nothing you can say that's going to change that.
Yeah.
And I really honestly think that's one of the reasons why Ken is doing as well as he is because his content is interesting. People want to see it, and it's good stuff.
It's because Ken's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I dog him. I dog him like crazy. I dog him like crazy. I tease him, but he's a hell of a guy, and it comes across on video. He's fun, and he does a good job. He knows what he's doing, and that comes
and I
across.
think the funnest part for him, and we laugh about, you know, what he's gonna mess up on the CNC, but the fact that he learns from his mistakes and doesn't mind showing them seems to be what people like so much. What? Hey, baby.
Well,
I
yes,
miss you
there's-
guys, because look what just showed up. Tell him bye. Say,
Oh,
bye,
sure.
Yaya needs me.
Forsake us for a cute face. I see how you
I
are.
know, right? Okay. I've had fun, guys, but I'm gone.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
See you, Leanne.
Nice
Thanks
to meet
for
you,
joining us.
Leanne. Bye. Great.
Bye.
She's funny.
She is. She's a lot of fun.
Those Ken, though. they got to be a wild pair, you know.
Oh God. Well, just putting up with Ken alone, I mean, that guy is a goofball, and that's all. That's the only way you can describe him. He's a big little kid.
Yeah.
You know.
He's got it going on, though.
Yeah, he does.
His channel's rocking.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
So. All right, well, guys, I guess we're going to wrap this one up. I haven't got any more emails, so everybody else is just a lurker, I guess, back there. So,
Yep. Can't talk Troy Pritchard into coming on. He won't pull the trigger.
It don't hurt a bit.
I want to thank everyone for helping out. Anything that you know, for everything. You guys.
Well, I got to tell you, you know, the Facebook group, you've probably heard me say this a million times if you've heard me say it once. I have the best technical support team in the world, and it's because of the Facebook group. You know, somebody posts a question that they're having, whether it be software, Mach 3, it doesn't matter, whatever it is. Usually there's 5 or 6 responses before I even get around to trying to answer. Now, most time I don't even bother answering because I'm like, okay, they've already taken care of it.
Yep.
So,
And the Gatton family is second to none.
yeah, we've got and I'm going to say something about that too. I hope I don't ruffle any feathers, but the Gatton CNC Facebook group is very unique. I'm going to use that word, I guess. It's very unique. It's unlike other kinds of CNC groups on Facebook, and that is by design. The group is for you guys, the Gatton CNCers, the Gattoneers, whatever you want to call yourselves. I don't care if somebody, has a ABC machine or whatever, but you want to post something about that machine, go post it in the ABC machine group. This is just for the Gatton people. And so I kind of run a tight ship, and I know some people have given me flack. I've made a lot of people mad, especially here recently, about that. And I'm like, hey, I want it to be different. I don't want a bunch of, you go to scroll down the thing and there's a bunch of junk there. If somebody's new and they need help, I don't want them to have to wade through a bunch of crap to find an answer to their problem. And I know other groups will, they call themselves such and such CNC group or whatever, and then they let everybody and their brother in it, and everybody's trying to sell stuff, and I just don't want that. And so, a lot of people say it's the best Facebook group on the internet. I would agree with that, but then there's others that probably don't like it, and I'm sorry, but I kind of put when they ask to join the group, the questions I put, I kind of can tell who's might be not hanging around long, or the ones that really want to. But it's for people that either have already got a Gatton CNC and want the fellowship and learn how to get questions answered and stuff like that. Or it's also for people who are, just want to learn more about the Gatton CNC. And I don't want to email these people, prospective customers, and brag on my machine, because anybody can brag on their own stuff.
Right.
I'd rather let them into the group and let them go, hey, I'm thinking about getting this. What do you guys think? And then everybody's like, oh man, I love my, showing project stuff. That's what helps me sell machines. Mm-hmm. And I don't even bother. I don't try to make a sales pitch. I'm like, join the group, go ask the folks that are in there what they think of them. Because they don't have any excuse to lie. I could lie and tell you, oh, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yep.
But so I'm not much of a salesman anyway. I figure you make a good product, a good design, and it works. That'll sell itself. And of course, the other thing is a lot of you probably know too, I get in trouble because somebody will join the group and first thing they want to do is start talking about, well, has anybody made one with this or with that and made it this, and I'm like, now you're talking about design changes. That's not even a Gatton. The Gatton CNC is the design. Right. That's what makes it a good machine, a good hobbyist machine. So if you want to get, if you want all this other fancy stuff, go buy a different machine. Don't reinvent the wheel. Go buy something else. You won't make me mad. But don't think you're going to be staying in the group if you come in there and all of a sudden you want to build something totally different, because it is for Gatton CNC folks.
Yep.
Always has been, always will be. So anyhow, now that I probably made some folks mad.
The right folks will get it.
Yeah.
Some people even want to cut out the front of the.
What was that, Gary?
I said some even want to cut out the front of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as long that's not technically a design change, I guess, if they want to put a notch in it or something. But
It's a belly notch. It can be a fourth axis or a belly notch.
yeah, that's what we need to label that, the belly notch.
I actually built mine. I built a cantilever out where it stands out, where you gain back that few inches that you lose on the front of the Gatton.
I look at it this way. I didn't lose nothing because I don't care if a piece of plywood overhangs that notch. I really don't. Unless I got to fasten it down where there's nothing there, then it's an issue. But I mean, hey, live and learn. And I'm going to end up doing something with it. I'll come up with a fixture for cutting box joints and dovetails, and then mount it on that son of a gun so people get their money's worth. But I figure they already have. It's free. It was just my idea.
All right. Well, I guess we're going to get out of here. I hope everybody will watch all of my outro because I worked really hard on it yesterday.
Do you do after credit scenes like the Marvel comic franchise does?
Well, you'll have to watch and see.
Okay. All
It's
right.
not that long. It's a couple of minutes, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, I got back here and I got carried away, and I'm thinking, wow, I'm making this way too fancy because everybody probably think by everybody click off, won't nobody watch it. But anyway, well, I want to thank you guys and everybody else, Carrie, and I don't even have a big long list of folks that joined us today. Dave Matthews, let's see, Michael Chipser, I guess he's camping now. Everybody that participated, I appreciate you coming in and sharing some time with us. And maybe if the things keep going, to do this virtually, it's not like we have to go, well, let's wait till next year to do another one, because we get new folks all the time. We could do another one of these, 2, 3, 6 months from now, something like that. And there's always new folks coming along. So I kind of get the feeling that some folks are probably so new that they're a little intimidated about participating in something. And maybe they don't even have their machine finished yet or whatever, but that's still no reason to not want to come on and introduce themselves and stuff. Because I like seeing faces. I'm so over this COVID stuff. I'm telling you, it's so crazy. But it looks like we're stuck with it for a while, and who knows what's going to happen. But anyhow, I guess we're going to wrap this up then. Thank y'all. Mark, thank you for coming and talking. And Alan, thank you, sir.
Oh, you betcha.
Got lots of good.
Thank you for inviting me.
So impressed with your acrylic etching and stuff. That's awesome. Thank you, Earl. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Good.
Enjoyed it.
Glad that you joined us here. Now, if I can just hit the right button to get
See you at the coffee session on Monday.
Exactly.
Yeah, for those that don't know, I do the coffee sessions are back. I'm doing them weekdays at 9 a.m. Bring your coffee and come listen to me gripe about the weather or whatever. It's usually a bunch, like I said, it's usually a bunch of old jokers that are retired, I guess. So,
That's 6 a.m. Pacific, just for the record.
It is a little early for you, but you should be getting up early at that time anyway, just to be thinking about your insulation. So.
Yeah, well, with no insulation, there's no reason.
All righty, guys. Thank you so much, and we are going to get out of here. This is a marathon session for sure. Hope everybody enjoyed it. And if you're watching this as a recording, I'm sorry it's so long, but it was just meant to be a meet and greet, and that's what we did. So everybody have a good one, and we'll see you Monday on the coffee sessions.
Take care, y'all.
Bye, everybody.